Hello, 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 everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I understand that, we have people who have joined us today from the different time zone. So I'll take a moment to welcome everyone to the most awaited event of SE Ranking, the Agency Growth Day. So before we begin, uh, I would like to, introduce myself. And I'm Himani Kankaria, your host for this beautiful day and beautiful event. Yeah. So, to give you a little bit background of myself, I run a digital marketing agency, which is Missive Digital, and we are a core content-driven SEO agency where we, work with a lot of B2B SaaS NID companies to create their strategies, curate their content, and deliver results. As you know, that content is the king. Awesome. So I think it's time for all of us to know SE ranking. I believe that you people already know what SE ranking is or what it does. But let me tell you, SE ranking is an all-in-one platform for SEO and digital marketing, designed to help SEO first steppers and data hungry pros. So as you can see, SE ranking got a lot of recognition from independent experts and users alike over the past couple of years, which the team couldn't be proud of. Like I said, SE ranking has tools and features for businesses of all sizes, regardless of whether you are a business owner, freelancer, or a digital marketing agency. Awesome. So, for the day, we have brilliant talks with brilliant people who are going to share their learnings, their experiences throughout their session. So, don't forget to tune in to all of the talks. To be very honest, they are going to be killer. Okay, so of course, I'm going to start, and my topic for today is adapt or fall behind, uncovering the future of digital marketing for agencies. Awesome. So, while looking at this topic, you might be thinking that, I mean, why should you care about, the future of digital marketing? So let me take you to an era which is 2020 and which is the era of COVID, right? So since then, things have started changing. So first, what happens is because COVID happened, there were lockdown and there were social distancing and a lot of other things, right? So what happened is that people who used to buy with a traditional mindset or a traditional process, right? That got completely changed. What happened is buyer's journey got messy. I mean, people have added more layers into their research, from how they research about a brand or how they come to know about a new brand, right? So that has completely changed. So this buyer's journey entirely became very very messy. This is a beautiful diagram that explains the crazy journey that users have picked up after COVID from Google. So COVID happened, of course, because of all of other factors like lockdown and everything. The digital marketing became non-optional for the brands who have thought that they might be optional and they can just ignore that. But what happened is that the budgets shrank, and it was not very I mean, too much or less or something like that, but it really impacted across many regions, that it was getting difficult for marketers to convince the clients that why it is the right time to continue investing in digital marketing. Next, Google updates. I mean, Google updates went fast and furious, and I totally mean it, and I'm definitely sure that you are going to agree with me as well, because this was 2020. Look at 2021. I mean, we started getting a lot of Google algorithm updates, and almost every week we are listening that okay, there's some new Google algorithm update. And then this is 2022, and we are not yet stopping at all, right? So like Google updates also made us think that what we should be doing, what not, and what else. Next, of course, social media came to serve. I mean, of course, this is not new, but this happened, a few years ago that, we saw Pinterest. Pinterest was the largest social media who had the largest placement on, Google and any other search engines, right? But TikTok came really stronger. And of course, as I said, Pinterest, another is, of course, Twitter as well. And we saw great case studies or the experiments by Brody Clark as well, where he explained that, how Twitter carousel started getting indexing and all of those things faster, right? So, next is that, short videos took all over the attention. I mean, I can give you more example of that, that even when I am on Instagram, I'm just keep on scrolling, scrolling, and scrolling. So yes, short videos took over all the attention. And this is the study by HubSpot, where 72% videos that are trending or people are consuming is, short form videos. Next, what happened is that, slowly and gradually we started seeing that US and UK economies were shaken up. I mean, that was so badly, though they are recovering, but it is something that has definitely impacted the, way businesses operated, the way buyers used to buy or decide whether they want to go ahead with some brand, some product or not, right? Next was, of course, AI writing came full fledged. I mean, um, how would I say this? That, before that, it was something which we never thought of. But with ChatGPT and even now Bard, and there are a lot of other tools that have improvised on their AI algorithm to create better content, right? So there are a lot of content and a lot of news outside that, it's something people started talking about, that okay, hey, whether this content is AI generated or not, right? So this has changed the entire industry completely. And of course, when AI writing came, then of course, then Google had started talking about that. Okay, when AI came, it was not full fledged. When ChatGPT was not full fledged, what happened is that, Google was writing about that. Okay, AI generated content can be against the webmaster guidelines, but they changed from that to generating content using AI for manipulating rankings in SERPs is, against the webmaster guidelines, right? So Google also had to change that, with AI getting so full-fledged, so aggressive, so stronger, that at least they have to even, change their policies. Okay, then this is something that started recently. And there are a lot of, even I wrote a post, I guess, a month or two ago, where, fintech startups, the early stage startups were getting more funding, but the unicorns or decacons, they have seen lesser investments in their, rounds. And this we clearly see from this, study from Crunchbase, where we have clearly seen that, okay, from Q2 2022, we have seen a fall in, funding globally. Next, of course, that, because the funding has reduced, of course, many other factors have happened, the economies were shaken, so that has again led to, budget discrepancies, right? So what has happened is that, if you look at this budget allocation, and this is a study from Gartner, here you can clearly see that SEO, search advertising, these channels have seen majority of decrease in getting, investments or budgets, right? And when it comes to this, the study on my left, it is something where we have seen, when it comes to budget allocation, agencies are getting the least allocation, right? The least share of the budget that they have. So there is again a problem for us. And I don't think I need to explain this in detail, because this has covered, or this has taken everyone to the, Twitter and all other social media to just check, go test, follow all the SEO experts in the world to see what their opinions are, what they say about these perspective and search labs and many other things that search generative experience is bringing for us, right? So these were all the changes that happened in these few years, which has, changed our complete industry. So even all of that has even impacted that, we have started seeing that search features. I mean, this is something that I shared, I guess, on Sunday, right? And we have seen that almost Google has showcased an experience like a marketplace. Imagine the CTR that is going to get affected of any other marketplaces around such queries, right? So this is something that, Google is updating their SERP features and everything like that. It becomes really daunting for us to keep up with them and just figure out that, how are we going to update so that we get a good placement, good ranking on SERP features, right? With all of these changes, what has happened is that, in short, the world of digital marketing has gone upside down. Okay, so with such fluctuations in the buying decisions, unexpected algorithm updates, economies, and client budgets, it has become super duper difficult to maintain the balance. And that's where we have to think that what should we adapt to avoid falling behind, right? So I'll start with one very basic thing, which is something that, you feel that, okay, stick to our values. It's very basic. Yes, it is basic. But what happens is that, when you see such challenges in the market, what happens is that you start feeling that, okay, you can change your policies, you can change your values. This is very, very normal, right? So, like, if you talk about values, I mean that you put on your about us on your website, right? So the values that you've created to give better customer service, or to have open and honest conversation and something like that, the values that you have evolved with time, right? So that is something which can be easier to compromise during such unexpected situations, right? But to be very honest, it takes courage to stick to it. So stick to it, because what happens is that, that is going to get you long way, rather than, taking up any projects or taking up, anything that can affect your values in quality, in conversation, in anything, right? Next, play on your strengths. I always say this, that, we should focus on, playing on our strengths. So here, with strengths, I do not mean that it is your niche, right? It can be your niche, but here what I try to emphasize is that, for example, let me take an example from my own website. So this is something that showcases the content from my homepage. And what Missive does is that it is like content driven organic marketing services for B2B SaaS and ID companies, right? So here, our niche is B2B SaaS and IT, right? But when it comes to strength, our strength is content. Since our inception, we are being, into this market for 4.5 years. And I don't remember any single lead or inquiry that we have received, which is related to very technical SEO, or, it is, someone has told me that, hey, Himani, we want to get our schema codes, rectified, or we just want an audit, or hey, Himani, we just need some 200 backlinks. No, we have never received any such inquiries. So that this is the era where the buying journey has changed, even for our customers as well, right? So now what people are doing is, people go out and look out for specialized services. So when it comes to specialized services, they want to know what your core service, or what your core strength is, right? Whether it is content, whether it is tech, whether it is link building, whether it is social media, whether it is just content, anything, right? It can be anything. See, what you need to focus on is that playing on your strength, with avoid all the challenges that you might be facing for delivering quality services on other areas, right? Next, understand audiences better. Okay, let me give you a very simple example that, okay, very cute family, and in that family there are various people with different age groups, right? Their psychographics can be different, their firmographics can be different, they can have different perspectives, mindset, everything, right? So how would you decide that, okay, who is my client's audiences, right? That is going to make a huge difference. Let me give you the first question that you need to ask: who decides to buy your clients' products and services? Okay, I'll give you an example with an ID company, right? We work with a lot of ID companies. So what has happened is that, when some ID companies come to us, we for some of them we find out that, okay, they have written great blogs, but their blogs, even they rank, I mean, their blogs rank on page one, but they are not able to get conversions, right? So the key element is conversions. They are going to say that, hey, Himani, I get, 100K organic traffic, but there is no conversion. I mean, these blogs are not performing and getting me money. So what am I going to do, right? So when we audit the content for, say, IT company, what has happened is that they have good traffic, but what they have done is their writers, or maybe they might have forgot to change the audience, right? So when it comes to audience, IT can have two audiences: CTOs, business owners, of course, and then developers as well, right? So if the competitors has made a mistake of writing a content, or even if their target audience is developers, but if your target audience is business owners, if you have written content for conversion purpose for developers, they are never going to convert. So you need to identify for whom you are creating your marketing strategy, because that will define the success as well. Next, who influences their buying decisions? So when it comes to buying decisions, of course, when I'll go to a showroom to buy a car, and if my son comes to me and tells me, "Hey, mom, I like this red car. Can you please, check that out and let's buy that," and all of those things, right? So of course, as a mother, I'm not going to neglect that, because it is his choice, and I would and might prefer his choice, and might go out and tell that salesperson that, hey, I need to test drive this red car, right? So who influences the decisions of decision makers matters the most. Next, do you send the right message to the right audiences? Of course, like I said, that if you're convert the people who are going to make the decision of buying and the influence, if you don't talk according to their mindset, you are going to lose them. Okay, so focus only on experiences. So to be very honest, I'd like to bring in here a very important point, which is this, right? When Google rolled out another extra E to EAT, right? That calls for experience. So experience here, with this, Google wanted to explain that, okay, experience when someone shares their real life experience, when they create a content and something like that. But experience does not include that. In experience can be anything, right? It can be the user experience of the entire website or an app, or from moving from one page to another. To it can be anything while they are consuming your content, like, say, if they are reading reading your blog, or they are consuming your case study or video or anything. How they have felt while consuming your content matters equally the most. And this is not just me who is saying this. John Mueller also says this, right? So what he says is that, when it comes to the quality of the content, we don't mean like just the text of your articles. It's really the quality of your entire website. That indicates everything from the layout to the design. So, of course, work on the experiences of the entire website of your clients. So, what happens is that, your customers get happy because their customers are happy, right? Okay, look beyond keywords. Okay, now you might be questioning that, okay, but what? Right? So, this is something that I shared last month, which includes that we need to be prioritizing context, intent, and brand experience. So what does context mean? It is that, what made your audience search for something today, right? What are they thinking of before searching something, right? That is the context that we need to understand whenever we want them to see something from our website, right? Which will define whether they are going to stay long with us or not. Next, intent. Intent is not just limited to informational, navigational, commercial, and transactional, to be very honest. Intent means that, why would they be interested in consuming your content, right? Are you talking about their pain points? Are you talking exactly about that person who wants to read the content? If yes, then and then only your queries that are on page one going to sustain there. Next is brand experience. Okay, can we be present and attract them for every search? Very, very important, because that is going to get them recall your brand again and again. So whatever your customers are, make sure their brand experience are brilliant. Okay, awesome. And stop going behind links. Don't give me that look. I'm just going to change it to just links, right? Okay, so stop going behind just links. Why am I saying that? Okay, Gary Ellis recently told that, when someone asked that, how much time would it take for their larger website to get indexed, right? He actually told that, the quality of the website is equally important, followed by its popularity, right? So, for example, your brand is too much popular, but that brand is not getting, like, say, 100,000 backlinks, right? Then what? Then, of course, the popularity will be considered for indexing, crawling, and ranking as well. So, just don't go behind links, because it is something that your brand mentions can also help. Your, brand popularity also helps, right? Okay, think omni-channel marketing. It is all about the consistent brand experience that you can give across all the channels, right? Because today it is something that, you cannot just, if you're just into SEO, you cannot just rely on, one channel, that okay, I'll stick to Google and I'll just see what Google can give me to, right? That is not going to help anymore. So what we have to do is that, I came up with this term called remarketing SEO, and I delivered a session on that in Brighton SEO last year, right? So this exactly means omni-channel marketing. We have to identify the channels that can contribute to your channel. If you are into social media, you have to check how search can, bring more people to your social media platforms, and vice versa. Here is just a quick idea of that, how a channel can contribute to other channels. Email marketing, of course, they can boost conversions, but they can also impact the boost in brand searches, right? Social media, of course, drives indexing. Very, very important. Yes, there are studies that have proved that, if you consistently share on social media, they are going to get faster indexing, right? And of course, popularity. Paid ads, we know that, it's all about boosting conversions, branding, and bringing, repeat users to the website. Digital PR, of course, that is also for driving visibility and popularity. So think omni channel, whichever channel you are from, but you have to think that how you can make sure that you can connect all the dots in your marketing. Yes. I mean, this is something which I always tell to people that, put learning, curiosity, and creativity as the key KRs, not just for you, but even for your team and even for you as well. Because what happens is, you are the role model of your team, right? They inspire from you, they motivate from you, right? So what you have to do is, you have to also give enough time to make sure that you brainstorm with them what has come new. Maybe you can be curious, they can also learn such things from you and bring creativity as well. And of course, using AI and automation to bring efficiency in processes and time. Let me give you an example. Say, for example, we have created this internal process of creating content using ChatGPT, right? That saves a lot of our time. Then, social media announcements also, okay, if you give right prompts, of course, you can create many faster social media announcements. Even this, a very good Excel formula that I actually pasted and just made a minor difference. And, I was able to get the answer, and it was quite quick, right? So it is all about that we have to identify how we can improvise and bring efficiency in our processes and time. And at the last, I've asked a few experts to share their insights for agencies like us, right? So, wow, here we have Benu Agarwal. She's the founder of Milestone. And she says that, you should be focusing on connecting data across all the channels to make decision around spend. Absolutely, because data is going to make all the difference here. Think about converting content into entities. The discovery of content is super critical in omni-channel planet. Absolutely. We just discussed omni-channel marketing, and Benu says exactly the same. Focus on long tail, great for search generative experiences, right? So yes, the more queries that you are going to get, the content for, maybe your chances for getting populated at search generative experiences as well. Next is, of course, Anthony Byrne, and he says this brilliant thing that, aligning business goals to SEO strategy. So honestly, business owners doesn't care how many internal links you have done, how many, meta descriptions you have written, and something like that. But it is something that that is not going to affect the business owners. What is what matters for audiences, that or maybe the clients, is that how much money I'm able to make and how many leads I'm able to generate, right? That's all. So definitely that is something that we should be focusing on. And even with the budget crunch, we might have to deliver more and better to our clients to make sure they sustain with us. Next, of course, Simon, he's someone whom I got this, great book personally signed by him at Brighton SEO. So it was something that, I just approached him and he messaged. And what he says that agencies need to keep costs down, generate new revenue, innovate, and most importantly improve operational efficiency, right? And operational efficiency is not solved by slashing the number of employees. Very, very, very key important point, that you just slashing out the employees is not going to impact your operational efficiency. And of course, basically, we need to identify areas of the business ripe for automation. And we already have it, right? We have so many ways where we can include AI automation to just make sure that our processes and time is managed properly, right? And I would like to thank all of these three great experts who have took out time, and with less time left with the event, and they still agreed upon sharing their such great insights. I'm really thankful to them. And this comes to an end to my session. And if you guys have any questions, do let me know in the comments box, and maybe we can cover them later during the event. Right? Thank you. Thank you so much. Awesome. This is really great. So now we have the brilliant topic which talks about brand strategy for client acquisition, how to create a PR strategy that converts ideal customers. My, I'm so proud to invite our next speaker for today, who wore a lot of hats as magazine editor, content marketer, outreach manager, and managing director. Please welcome Anna Morrish.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. It's great to be here. So yeah, hopefully, will you be able to? Can you see my screen now, or perfect. Yeah, so we've got a lot to cover. So yeah, we're going to be talking about three core elements as part of this. So we're going to be looking at the goals that we need to be setting first off. If we're going to create any kind of strategy, PR strategy, brand strategy, we need to be focusing on our goals initially. So we're going to be looking at what goals you should be setting. We're going to be looking at your personal brand as part of this strategy as well. And we're also going to be looking at obviously the activity that you need to be putting into place to get there as well. So first off, goal setting. Let's have a look. So what do we need to consider if we're going to be setting some goals to acquire some customers to help our business grow and help our agencies grow? Well, first off, I think it's really important to be realistic. I think, we sometimes kind of have these really big ideas, but it's also important to think about each step along the way. So have a look at your previous performance, and therefore we can then think about what we can achieve in the coming year, and maybe in the next 5-year plan as well. So think about what clients did you acquire last year, what marketing spend did you require as well to acquire those customers, because we need to have a look at obviously what money it's going to take. Time is money as well, so you're going to be having to put some time and effort into this. So let's have a look. So first off, if you want more clients, which, you want to acquire more clients, we need to think, okay, well, how many of those clients do we need? And also, what kind of businesses do you want to target specifically as well? So I think it's the specifics that's important here. So do you want to work with really large businesses that have marketing departments, or do you want to work with smaller manager or owner managed businesses? Because the two are quite different. And then start painting a bit more of a picture. You'll be quite familiar with this, I'd imagine anyway, doing some persona development with your clients as well. But think about, do you want them to have a set value each month? So are they retained clients? What does that person look like? Are they in a certain industry? Is it a certain contract length as well? So what is the lifetime value of each of those customers? And as I mentioned before, we need to think about how many new customers do we need as well to achieve the goals that we want. So if we want X% growth, what is it going to take to get there? And also you want to make sure you're getting the right customers that also align with you. So to do that, when you think, okay, we'll have a look at maybe your forecast. So something we've literally just done. It's create our forecast for the next financial year. So we run June through to May. So we've gone through that process of looking at all potential expenses, looking at customers that are going to be renewing at a certain time as well. So obviously we want to make sure that we're keeping a lot of the customers we've already got. Also then putting in place and looking at, okay, well, we've got this amount of customers, this is where we want to be, so how many customers do we need over the next few months to make sure we hit those targets? So setting those targets is really, really important as well. If you haven't got a forecast, I recommend getting one set up. If you haven't got one as well, I would recommend backdating it for maybe the last 2-3 years, just so you can see over those years, like how many customers did you actually acquire over that time? How many customers as well have stayed with you year on year? So then you can start thinking, okay, well, where do we need to fill in the blanks? Is there something we need to be doing in terms of customer service, or maybe we can be upselling people as well? So have that information to hand. And then also something that I would recommend doing is just looking at kind of, what brands you want to be looking at, and set up that vision board. So if you know that, I mean, one of the industries we work in quite heavily is technology. So for us, it might be that we want to work with a specific tech company, and I'll put that logo on my vision board. Same with if there's a set amount of kind of clients or turnover that I want, I'll put that value, that specific value, on my vision board. I want to see that particular number. So flaky numbers we don't do, just general we don't do. It needs to be specifics. And the same as if there's certain events that you want to go to, or if there's events you want to speak at, make sure it's specific. And then we need to think, okay, well, to get to those or to reach those goals, what are we going to need? So we've already mentioned that we're probably going to need some marketing spend. We're going to need some time to do it, but maybe we need some extra resource as well. Essentially, you're going to need people to help grow the business. You might want to think, actually, at this point, we want to outsource for now until we're in a position to hire internally. So have a think about that as well. And also, if you're hiring in your business, it's really good for PR. And that's something obviously we want to be promoting within our companies, and something I'll be talking about shortly. But yeah, if you've got more people coming on board, make sure you're writing that press release. Even if it's just local coverage, it's going to be valuable to you. And next, we want to be thinking, okay, we've got our goal set. Now when you think about personal brand, because you need to clearly define what it is that you stand for. No company in any industry can really succeed if they're faceless. People want to know who's behind the business. What is it they stand for? What are their values? So that's what we're going to be thinking about next. So who are you? What is your story? And that goes for whether you run the agency, whether you're the founder of the agency, or whether you're a member of the team. Everybody should have some kind of story and journey to kind of share with the wider world as to where they've got today. And then think about, those customers that we want to acquire that are part of the goals that we've just set. We want to make sure that their values also align with ours. Values are super important, as was previously mentioned in the other talk. I think sticking to those values and really having honed in on them is very, very important. If you've not set them already, go through the process. Think, okay, well, what are our core values? Set it out, share it with your team, and share it with potential clients and existing clients as well. Because I think it's important for everybody to know what it is that you stand for, because it helps you connect with your audience and your target companies as well. So to go a little bit more into that, I want to share our values so that you can kind of understand a little bit how kind of the process looks. And I think it's, just to show that it's really, really simple. So something that anybody that knows me will know is that I'm super duper honest, probably overly honest or brutally honest, as some would say. And everybody in the company here is the same, and that's really important as well. So sharing those values with the existing team, but also with anybody new that comes in. So being honest is very, very important. So again, in even in the work that we do, if something isn't working, we'll be quite open to the client and say, this isn't working. We're not going to try and cover it up at all. We're very honest about it. Being integrous again is very, very important to us. So yeah, being true to us and our values, and something that actually came up with a prospective customer who's actually just come on board, was the fact that we work in a way where we won't ever work with a competing company. So if a client comes on board, they know that they've got our full attention. We're not going to work with anybody else that's literally trying to get the same kind of business that they are. And when we mentioned that to the customer, they actually said, "Oh, well, when we was working with another agency, we had to request that. They weren't open to it at all." So that's something that they really, really valued. And again, I think that helped actually kind of tick that box and make them sign at the end of the day. So sharing those values is very, very important, which is why it's also important to write them down. Being inquisitive. If you're in an agency, if you're doing marketing, if you're doing web, whatever it is, you're always going to be inquisitive anyway. So I would expect that to be most of your values, or one of your values for all of you here. Being accountable again, I think having that accountability, no matter at what point you are in the business, which department, is very, very important. And again, I say, if something hasn't worked, it's fine. That's absolutely fine. Like, we learn from the things that don't work so that we can also make things work. So being accountable for them is just a learning curve. And being collaborative again is so, so important to us. We are the type of company where we work with our competitors. Essentially, we work with other agencies, we work with other freelancers. We like to pay things forward. So if we do get a company that says they want to work with us, but we're working with somebody already in competition with them, we will obviously explain that and pass that forward to somebody else that we work with in the industry, so another agency that we know and like and obviously trust to do well for them. So we're not going to just turn anybody away, but we work very collaboratively, and we're always open to building relationships, which is very, very important. And once you've set out your values, the next step is to build a mission statement off of the back of that. Again, just a short paragraph. It doesn't have to be anything long, but just so you've got that set in stone, so that you can think, if somebody comes up to you and they say, well, who is it? What is it that you do? What do you stand for? You can say, okay, this is who we are. This is what we stand for. And it's just really, really clear. You can share that with new team members as well, so that they obviously have that clear view of what your goals are and where you stand. So that's part of obviously building that brand, and is having those values. But it's also about personality. And when you're looking at acquiring new customers, you've got to have something that resonates with people. There's got to be that kind of hook, or something that they think, oh, I'm comfortable contacting this person, because acquisition is the engagement element. So marketing is great for getting the exposure, but it's the engagement element, the acquisition, that we're looking for. So you've got to ensure that people are comfortable coming to you, that they maybe have a similar kind of personality, but that you click, essentially. So it's important to do some soul searching. That, okay, well, these are my values, but who am I? And okay, well, what kind of things stand out for me, and what can I build on? And for me, I often get told that I come across as really excitable, and one of my jobs when I'm talking to prospective clients, or even new existing customers, is to get them excited about the work that we're doing. So being excited is one of my core personalities, but then there's I'm also very empathetic, and that always comes across. I'm always willing to listen. I'm very kind, so yeah, there's all these different elements that come to it. So think about what are your personality traits, and what can you then build on, and how can you then use that to come across in anything that you do to build that relationship, and obviously build that persona online. I'm going to share now two personal brands and two people that is highly likely you'll be aware of them. If not, especially Carrie Rose here, if you've not heard of her, I assume you've been hiding under a rock, because she's everywhere. And I've included her because she has a great personal brand. She knows who she is. She's outspoken and she is formidable. And so I couldn't do this presentation about PR and personal brand and obviously then acquiring customers and not include her. She shouts about the people that she gets on board, both in terms of the employees and the team that she brings on board, but also the companies that she's working with and wants to go for. She's very, very open about that. And again, that comes down to her values and her personal traits and the personal traits that she's got. And when you look at the kind of coverage that she's had previously, there is one that I found that it was quite random. That I've actually linked it in this, and I think the slides will be shared afterwards, and I'll also put them on my slide share. And one was about Ghostface. It was an image that was, I think it was on Snapchat or something, and she got on the Daily Mirror for that. And then more recently, there's the Selling Her Home article that she's had published. So she sold a home, I think it was in like 3 weeks. She did that when no other real estate person could do that. So yeah, she's been very open about even the personal PR and the media coverage that she's getting, because if she can get it for herself and for her business, then she's showing that actually she can do it for other customers as well. So yeah, it's just kind of her showcasing basically what it is that she does. And I'm sure you'll all be aware that, you know, these creative digital PR campaigns is the core of her business. And yeah, she shares various different PR campaigns through that Twitter there that you can see digital PR examples. That's on Twitter, and I highly recommend that you take a look at that. But yeah, she's just one example. Another example is Arij. So she's the founder of Women in Tech SEO. Again, very open, very again, I would say probably formidable. You know, she's a no nonsense person. She is very outspoken, but if you follow her on social, she talks about, you know, even just the music that she likes, so you can start kind of understanding who she is as a person, even probably some of the bands that she liked as a youngster, and therefore kind of what scene she was in. But you start painting a picture of who she is, and then you think, oh, actually I've got that same interest, and you think, well, I can engage with that person, and that's how then they start acquiring new customers and start kind of building that reputation. So again, you know, she's one of these people that if you look at her, she's very open, but she pays it forward with anything as well. So yeah, she's got various different ways that she does that. She's obviously got her events. She's looking at getting people to write on her blog as well. And likes to get people involved. But yeah, another great example of a personal brand that works very, very well. And it can seem a little bit scary when you're thinking, well, I need to build this personal brand. But it's not as scary as you think. It is literally just pushing yourself out there and just starting to find your people. And it will happen. It takes a bit of time, takes a bit of effort, but you will get there. So we're talking about kind of that building that personal brand, but how, you know, how does this come into acquiring the ideal customers? We've touched on it ever so slightly, but as I say, it's all about driving that action. So how do we do it, and what actually works? So this is a picture of me early on in the year. So to give you a bit of backstory, I came back to work full time in January after having a baby in August. I actually started back to work 3 months after having a baby, but it was kind of a staggered return then full-time in January. And when I returned, I'd delegated a lot of the client work that I'd previously been doing, so that I was actually able to come in, and my focus was literally on brand development, personal brand development, and client acquisition. So I had to think, okay, well, what is it that I need to be doing to acquire more customers? So I had no pipeline at that point. I'd had that time off, so I had to build this basically from scratch. So the first thing was, okay, well, I need to get out there, and how can I do that and get in front of people? And it was events. So I started reaching out to lots of different people that I knew that were running events locally, nationally, and even internationally. And I highly recommend it to anybody. It was an amazing experience. I actually talked about the fear of taking time off. It was a very personal story. So again, it helped me to get my personal brand out there, allowed me to express my values whilst also showcasing who I am and what my personality type was. And I had so many people come up to me afterwards sharing that they, thought it was really inspirational. They liked how deeply honest and gritty it was. But yeah, it was a really great experience. And just so you can see just some of the events that I would recommend pitching to, here's some. Obviously, SE Ranking were kind enough to invite me to speak as well today. But there's some great events that I would highly recommend if you want to build your personal brand and you're looking at acquiring customers. This is a really good place to start. Something else that I did was actually reach out to local universities and local schools. They often work with different startups, and they work with different organisations that are within the communities and obviously trying to help businesses to succeed. So I did a few of those as well. Also, member of lots of different organisations that run other events. So it's just a case of just email them, just see whether they're accepting people. And if not, if they're full, just say if anybody drops out, would you potentially consider me? It's never a bad thing to ask. But also, when you're doing these talks, it's great to share on social media. It helps build that authority, helps you get seen by lots of people, see it increasing that exposure. I mean, even literally from this talk today, there's so much content that I can take out of this presentation and put on social media. I can obviously then tag different people. It helps build that community. They support me, I support them, and vice versa. So you're starting to build all of those connections and that community and that collaborative community as well that you then become part of. So, get some of these events kind of booked. If not, if you can't get anything, if everything's booked up, create your own. There's no harm in doing that either, and starting to build your kind of authority that way as well. There's also various different communities. Here again is just a snapshot of just some of the communities that you can get involved in. So also earlier I mentioned Women in Tech SEO. There's a Slack channel for them. There's also a Facebook group for them. There's the OMG community as well on Slack. So Vicky Simmance, who is talking later on today, her and her partner run that really good supportive network. So if you have had time off, or you want to learn more, or you want to get involved in events, just ask, join these communities and ask people, and they'll be able to point you in the right direction as well. Obviously, Facebook groups, there's LinkedIn groups, there's Reddit, and there's also a lot of Discord channels that are committed to marketing, SEO, digital marketing, PR, the whole shebang. So take a look, and get involved in some of those conversations. And then we've got podcasts. So, there's so many people out there doing podcasts at the moment. And people have said, well, why don't you set up a podcast? And I think, well, yeah, I think I could do that. But at the same time, people that are running these podcasts know that it's the guests that they bring in that actually gives the value or provides the value there. So if I was to create a podcast, it's a lot of time and effort and editing and all that jazz. So actually, my time at this point is better spent asking people to be a guest on their podcasts. So go out there, have a look at, maybe there's some that you're already listening to, just ask them. Go on social media, just pop them a tweet or send them a message, a DM, and say, is it possible to get involved in your podcast? I've got X, Y, and Z to say. I want to talk about this experience, or whatever it is that you've got to say. They're always looking for people. So yeah, it's just important to ask. I did one recently for Majestic SEO. I know they're always looking for other speakers that have knowledge and experience they want to share. So again, just reach out to them. And conferences and exhibitions. So this is something that I think it's important to always scope out if you're going to think about exhibiting. I've been to some before, and I've been to some good events. I've been to not good events, some where people have literally just a pop-up banner, or people literally just on their phones. But then I've seen really good setups and people are still just talking amongst themselves and not kind of inviting people in. So I think it's important, if you are going to these events, scope them out. And then if you're going to go, really put in the effort and make sure the people on the stand are really friendly, they're approachable, so you share your values as well. And then think about, okay, well, I'm doing all this good stuff. I want to get in the news. I want to get in the press. This is an example of just some local coverage that we got. Something we are quite known for is, supporting different charities and organisations. One year I think this was a couple of years ago, we supported a local dogs charity, and yeah, it was like, actually, I'm doing this. Let's tell the local media, because it might actually help them get more funding. So yeah, we got some coverage in the local press, which is really good. Obviously shares kind of what we are like as a company, and allows people to see that as well, that we are very open. We want to help the local community, we want to help different charities. And then there's also this piece that I did recently with CIM, Chartered Institute of Management. This was actually a response source request that came through. And it's about calling in sick and if it's a thing of the past. And for me, when I was having the interview with the journalist, it was about sharing who we are as a company in terms of culture. And then obviously I can showcase that to people. I shared it on social media, shows obviously who we are as a company, which is great for encouraging new members of staff to talk, new members of the team to come on board with us. Or if companies see us as well, they think, well, actually they're really good, they're just a normal down-to-earth company. But yeah, all I was sharing really was that we're adults, we don't micromanage, we are very open. So if you're sick, you're sick. It's just something that it used to cause me terrible anxiety, but these journalists, they are looking for content, and it doesn't always have to be that, oh, I'm an agency, I have to only talk about agency topics. No, talk about what means something to you, or talk about your experiences as well, because that's what they're after. And if you help them, then you scratch their back, they'll scratch yours. So you're building on that relationship. And then there's also case studies. So these are all different things that you should be doing as part of your kind of your PR campaign, your PR strategy. And case studies are, if you've got a really good case study about a campaign that you've done. So for example, we're about to write up a case study for an interactive content piece we've just done. We managed to get that into Tech Radar and even in Forbes magazine recently, and that's like literally going viral at the moment. But yeah, so we're obviously doing a case study on that. That helps us acquire more customers, not just because we can be specific about the industry, but we're looking at the service as well. So again, something that was mentioned earlier was like what is your niche, and focusing in on that. And content and digital PR is one of the areas that we focus on. So yeah, we want to obviously put a case study out about that. That does help us then get coverage in more specific industry magazines and publications. So I can say to a publication, this is what we've done, this is how we did it. And obviously I can also talk about it. So all of these things are a combination really of what you should be doing to help build your reputation. This is all PR. It helps you gain visibility, but more important than ever, you should be consistent with any of this kind of activity. So don't start like doing some of it and then start and stopping. It's got to be consistent. So make sure whatever you're going to be doing and what you're planning to do is going to be manageable for you. If you are still doing a lot of client work as well as managing the business and trying to grow the business, you're probably going to want to scale things back a little bit. So maybe you want to do one event every other month, for example. Social media, it might not be every day that you're posting, it might be every other day or once a week even. Whatever you're doing, make sure it's going to be consistent and manageable. And remember, a lot of this stuff actually takes outreach time. You've got to email these people, you've got to do the follow-ups, you've got to do a pitch deck, you've got to do the run-throughs. It's not just as simple as, oh, I've got to talk, cool, I'll go and do it on the day and wing it. You can't. There is prep involved as well. Another thing to have a think about is entering awards. So something that not all businesses do, but actually it's really good for PR. As I mentioned before, we've also got hiring new members of staff, so you're growing. If you change office, again, that can be a really good news piece for local news. But entering awards is also really great for PR, and as I say, building that reputation. And a few useful tools. So, you're getting all of this coverage, you're getting in front of different customers, you're sharing your values. That's going to resonate with the right types of companies that you want to work with. So some useful tools to be looking at as well to help you along the way. One would be HubSpot. You're doing all of this promotion, you want to make sure that anybody that then comes into your website, so they're familiar with you, they've seen you or your brand, that you can then hopefully follow up with any activity, and they might not be ready to engage with you right now. So HubSpot, even the free account, gives you access to prospects, a bit like lead forensics, so something you'll probably be familiar with regards to lead forensics. Some of you might also be quite familiar with this, but I'd say I look at this once a day minimum. This is just a blank screenshot really, but it shows you the different companies that are coming to your website. It also shows you the types of pages that they're viewing, also the amount of times that they've viewed as well, so if they keep coming back and back again. And then usually if I see a company that actually, I think I'd like to work with them, I'll connect with them on LinkedIn, and then start up conversation, start building that reputation and that relationship. And again, as you'll likely know, it takes around 7 touch points before a company will engage with you. And it's the same, for your customers as it is for you and your agency. So getting in front of them and doing that LinkedIn activity or Twitter activity is still important as well. So as I mentioned, HubSpot, response source. So that's where I'm getting those journalist requests. If you want to get in there before anybody else, I would recommend setting, if you pay for this service, recommend setting that to receive all of those requests as they come in. Some journalists do have a really rapid return rate or turnaround time, so you want to get in there quick. Also Harrow, so Harrow is another one that is very, very valuable, really, really useful for getting kind of international coverage as well as UK or US coverage. Homes for Media. So I recently came across this, and I've been using it for some of our clients. So it's a way that journalists, very much like Twitter, they're putting out their requests for different stories. But when you look at the journalists and when you get involved in the community on there, these journalists, they're freelancers that are working on various different publications. So they might be working for a home relative company or publication. They're also working for, general news media or international news sites and publications. So it's another good place to have a look if you haven't already. And Muckrack, again, it's very similar to Response Source, not just that from the media request side of things, but there's a media database as well with the same with Response Source. That's really, really useful. But again, it shares all the different articles that other journalists have been sharing. So again, if you've had a certain experience, so go back in your career, think, okay, well, what's been my journey? What would somebody else think that, or what would resonate with somebody else, or what could somebody else may have experienced at the same time, or had the same experience somehow? And think, okay, well, I'm going to pitch that story and see if they'd be interested. So have a look. I say Google and have a look at those journalists, but have a look on Twitter as well. I have found recently with regards to journalists, a lot of them are not just on Twitter, but they are quite active on LinkedIn. So we're using a lot of LinkedIn requests and messaging through that platform, as well as just Twitter, and being responsive that way. But it's important, I say, to just have that consistency. More than anything, consistency is the key in anything. And as I say as well, communication, it's being open, honest, it's being authoritative, but authentic as well. I think I see so many business owners or agencies as well, that they'll be really, really formal to the client, but when they're back in the office, they're just really laid back. And if you're laid back, don't try and be anything else, because that one, for one, is going to be exhausting, but you're also not being true to yourself or true to your customers. So yeah, I'm open to any questions now. If you have any, I believe, let's have a look. I've got some questions. There we go. Lots of comments coming through. Let's have a look. So yeah, as well, one thing I was going to mention, if you are thinking of putting in any pictures for talks, I'm happy to look at them. You're not necessarily going to get every talk that you pitch for, but I'm happy to even just vet it a little bit if you need any advice. But yeah.
Awesome. I was just speaking in mute Anna, that was so brilliant. I was just going through all your bits and pieces, and brilliant examples. And I'm like, when you showcase that slide, when Kerry Rose was there, and I was like, okay, next will be Arij, and you quickly came
Yeah.
up with Arij. So it was like
Oh,
pretty
she's
bang on.
awesome. Like
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, I recommend following both, and they're like Carrie and Arija are very different people, but they've got such strong personalities.
absolutely,
Um,
absolutely.
yeah,
And it is always, an honor to learn from them, to be very honest. Yeah. Okay,
definitely.
so
Yeah.
we have a couple of questions for you, Anna. Um, okay, so I see one from Stephen. Hey, Anna, I'm struggling to align my brand strategy with my clients' goals and values. Got any tips for me?
So yeah, I would go back to the drawing board first off. So if you're, I mean, I don't obviously know what this person's client's goals or values are, but if they're struggling, I mean, usually what I would do, and I go through the process, not just year to year. I'm reviewing it on a regular basis, but I look at, okay, well, what are my clients? Uh, do we have the same values? Am I learning something from them? If you're learning something from your clients still, then there's still value in that client, you working with them. So that's important. Are you earning from your clients? If you're not earning and they're taking up your time as well, too much of your time, which is common, then you might want to let them go. So I think maybe it could be that you're not working with the right clients. Sometimes I understand it's, you need to work with as many as you can to start being able to have that growth, to then let people go. I get that. But at the same time, if they are taking up too much of your time, you might be better off actually letting them go, so you can focus your efforts on acquiring somebody that would value you and your time and share your values as well. So yeah, but happy to go in a bit more detail if that person wants to reach out.
Okay, wonderful. I guess I'll take just one other question, which is from Jacob. How do you leverage storytelling and emotional appeal in your PR strategy to connect with your ideal clients?
So it's a hard one. Do you know what? We work with so many people that they think they haven't got a story, and when you go back to it, everyone's got a story. And think about the conversations you are literally having with your colleagues day to day, and there's probably a story in it. I mean, even an example, on Monday, one of the guys in the office mentioned that their kid's going to school and they're not going to be able to get alternative milk. There's a story there. There's a government scheme here where children can get cow's milk, but they can't get alternatives. And there's allergies and there's all sorts of different things. So then we thought, well, actually, there's a lot of different things here. And actually, we're also working with a foundation where the woman that runs the foundation lost a child due to an allergy. So that again is something where again there's a story here. Why are we not hooking these things up? They've actually set up a petition since, and that we're now supporting a petition to get alternative milks in school. So that's a story there. So I think it's really delving into who you are, what is your story, and sometimes it's having that conversation with somebody, and it can be another agency. It doesn't have to be, it can be even just a friend. It doesn't have to be anybody professional, but they can say, well, why did you get into what you're doing right now? What drives you? What is your purpose? What is your end goal? What do you love doing? So it's all these kind of questions, but it's just weeding them out. It's difficult, I think, sometimes to do it on your own. So I think, yeah, just saying to somebody, look, I really need some help. Can you help whittle this out? Then yeah, and again, happy to kind of have a session with somebody if they want to work out what their stories are. Then happy to do that as well.
Absolutely. And maybe I can, ask questions, and maybe, someone whom from I want to, get my own story out, my own values out. Maybe that can happen
Yeah.
during a conversation and something like that.
Yeah, it's all about experiences, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's the only way that we find the stories is through the experiences, and most of us are sharing different experiences, but we don't talk about it. And that's why I did the talk in Brighton, about having a kid and having all these anxieties, but no one talks about it. And even like the whole, I basically I've run this agency for ages, and I thought, well, hang on a minute, do I know what I'm doing? And you get that imposter syndrome. It's stupid, but you think, why am I thinking that? But there's other people that are feeling the exact same, and that's part of my story. So
That's
yeah, it's yeah.
That's right. That's right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Anna. If there are any other questions, they can tag you on Twitter, and maybe they can connect even later as well
Yeah.
at the end of the event, right? Okay. Thank you so much, Anna, for being here, for such wonderful insights, and stay with us till the end. Okay, so we have this community, some exciting community by SE ranking, which is on Facebook. So I would like to invite all of you there where we can chat and exchange ideas with many other people from the same industry and SE rankings team as well. So read about all the latest SEO news as well as enjoy perks like giveaways and tool beta testing opportunities and many more things, right? So don't forget, just scan this QR code and join us immediately. Awesome. We have the next session on the keys to agency revenue growth. Hey, hi, Craig.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
Oh, awesome. We are so glad to have you over here. And I would like to, tell the audience who Craig is, a little bit of it, that, it is someone who has actually brought his over 15 years of experience in building and running one of the most successful agencies of South Africa. So here you go. Craig, the stage is all yours.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Craig Rodney. I built and ran an agency over 15 years and was fortunate enough to be able to negotiate a sale of the agency to WPP already way back in 2013. I did a 5-year earnout, which is quite a long earnout, and I've been coaching agencies ever since, helping other agencies increase their value, grow, and ultimately position for an exit if that's what they want. So today I'm going to be chatting through the keys to agency revenue growth. There's 5 areas I'm going to take you through, but before we kind of get stuck into the detail, there's a bit of a before we dive in, there's a bit of a disclaimer. The first disclaimer is that this is not going to be hyper tactical. There's so much information available online on how to leverage all the different channels for leads and revenue and that kind of stuff. And I don't really want to get stuck down in the weeds in the tactics. What I can tell you is, having done this within my own agency and having worked with a number of agencies through their growth phases, all of the tactics are irrelevant if you don't get the behavioral side of things right. So I'm going to talk through the behavioral side in order to position yourself best for growth and for getting the best out of your tactical things. The second disclaimer is that this is a bit of a harsh one, but it's on you, right? There's very little that you can get other people to help with this. From a behavioral perspective, you can't outsource this, you can't abdicate it. It's about embracing it yourself and driving these changes into the business. And if you can get it right, if you're able to kind of master your actions, and you'll very quickly see the benefits of these changes. And as soon as you start seeing the benefits, you'll see the revenue in your agency kind of skyrocketing. Okay, so the 5 areas I'm going to take you through: 1, make winning positive; 2 is become the hunter; number 3 is market your marketing; 4, hire for the clients you want; and 5, build an inescapable hook. If you get these 5 things right, you're going to be absolutely flying. So nothing good will happen unless you make winning positive. This is my favorite slide in the whole deck. And basically this is you when you win and you realize that you've just made your life worse. Most of the agencies that I do coaching with have this this kind of drowning sensation when they contemplate growth. They're only just hanging on as it is. And then we start talking about, oh, let's start adding clients and let's start adding revenue and services and having all of these really these conversations that should be really positive. But you generally see the terror wash over people as they start realizing that if we start growing, if we start winning, my life is going to get materially worse. And so before you kind of even start on the revenue thing, you have to create a structure within your business that makes winning positive. The biggest thing is the self-sabotage trap. I did it in my business. I did it for years and years in my business. It was one of the biggest mistakes I made before I really figured out how to grow, is I would self-sabotage. So I knew that I wanted to grow. I knew that I wanted to win new clients, but the idea of winning meant that I would have to do more work. And this new client would require a certain number of hours every day from me. And I was going, well, I don't really have more time, and I already work nights and I already work weekends, and I don't know where this is going to come from. And so as much as I wanted to grow, behaviorally, I would self-sabotage. I would be late with proposals. I would drag my feet. I would not do proper follow-ups. I wouldn't celebrate winning in the way that you think you would. For me, it was this terrible idea of going, I'm just going to get busier. My life is going to get worse. When in truth, when you're winning, when you're getting new clients, that should mean less work for you, not more work. And so we have to decouple the two. Within your business, if winning means you getting busier, you're going to get stuck and you'll never be able to get past that. So we've got to figure out the behaviors and the tools that we can use to ensure that when we win new clients, that as owners of agencies or as senior executives, we actually get less busy. There's a beautiful thing that we always say is that revenue solves most problems. And the idea is when you win more revenue, you can use that money to buy back your time. You can realize that you can get a list of all the things that you shouldn't be doing, and you can invest the money that you're earning now into the correct resources, into the correct tools, the systems and support that you need to be able to be less busy and more effective. So it's those 3 words with a critical comma, which is do less, better. And that is your role. Every time you win, you should become less busy. You should be able to buy back more of your time. You should be able to delegate more of the things that you're working on and build a stronger team. More money, more revenue means better hires. You can hire stronger people who need less of your time. One weird fact that I repeat quite regularly to everyone that I work with is that most people that you hire cost the same. You pay them in different currencies, but they cost the same. And so if you hire a cheap person, you're going to pay a small amount in money and a large amount in your time. And if you hire a really senior, competent, independent person, you're probably going to pay a premium from a cash perspective, but you'll probably pay very little from a time perspective. When you're growing, your time becomes significantly more valuable than money. And when you start an agency and you've got no money, but a lot of time, you tend to throw time at the problem, right? You have an abundance of time and you go, oh, I'll do this and I'll do that and I'll do everything. And when you want to grow, you've got to realize that money is a lot easier to come by than time. Time becomes the ultimate scarcity. So you need to use that revenue to become less busy, to buy back more of your time. And a large part of that is around hiring better people. Often chat to my clients. Not many agencies have it anymore, but we all know what those businesses are, where they have that the new client bell, like in the office, right? So if you win a new client, someone comes running in and they go, "Oh, we've just signed a new client," and they ring the bell. And I always laugh because whenever that bell goes off, you can see the shareholders are like smiling. They're like, "Yeah, this is amazing," and all the employees, their heads just go down and they're like, "Oh, this just means more work." And so we created this rule around developing wish lists. And the wish list is, this is a list of all the things I wish I didn't have to do anymore. And generally with employees, we tend to get the sense that employees don't want more, but they don't want more work. But most employees will want more responsibility. So if you chat to your teams and you say to them, guys, I want you to develop a list of all the things that you do that you believe are a bad use of your time, or not a great use of your time, and that you probably shouldn't be doing, that someone more junior could do. And if everyone in your team gets that wish list, when you win a new client, everyone smiles because they know that that revenue that you've just won will enable them to hand off that wish list and be able to take on higher levels of responsibility. So not more work, but more responsibility. Ultimately, this is great. Like I'm hoping and I'm imagining all of you are going, yeah, like definitely we want to make winning positive. But the truth is, it doesn't happen unless you charge correctly for your work. I'm going to fleet through this, but it's absolutely critical. if you're discounting your rates, and if you're overcommitting on the projects that you're winning, you're never going to be able to have enough revenue to do any of this. You've got to stop treating time as though you have an abundance of it. You've got to treat time as a scarcity, and you've got to price it as a scarcity. And as I said, when you get that right, there will be enough profits within the money that you make on these new clients to be able to do all of the above here. But it does ultimately only work if you charge correctly. The second thing is to stop waiting for things to happen to become the hunter. What I mean by the hunter is the kind of person who understands and masters the tools of creating new business opportunities. I find it wild how many agencies I start working with, and when I ask them, I say, where do your clients come from? They all say it's mostly referrals. And most people, when they say, oh, it's from referrals, they're saying it like a brag. They're going like, oh, we're so good. All of our new clients come from referrals. And while it's great, like what a phenomenal thing. Like we definitely want to be getting referrals. We can't rely on referrals. And what we're doing is we are using the fact that our business grows organically through referrals to avoid mastering the skills that are required to be able to go out and secure new business ourselves, to be able to take control of the steps of creating leads, converting those leads into qualified leads, making sure you're getting the meetings, getting through the proposals, and getting signatures at the end of the day. We have to be able to master that. If we can't master the skills and the tools required to drive our own revenue, it becomes really daunting when we believe that when we start contemplating investing in growth. And we have to invest in growth. If you want to grow, you have to invest. You have to be able to put money behind it. You have to be able to put your time behind it. And by putting your time, you have to be able to hire people to take away workload from you so you can focus on it. But every time you're going to consider, okay, let's make some key strategic hires here to be able to invest in our growth, you're going to doubt yourself if you don't have the skills to generate revenue. If you're investing on the hope that the clients will come. And the truth is that you can't build a business successfully on hope. You can't build a business successfully purely on accidental or kind of like soft referrals. If your business is referral based, brilliant, but then automate that, professionalize it, become absolutely brilliant at doing it. That way you'll understand when you are building out your referral marketing, when you're doing any of your marketing, you'll know what the likely return on effort is, how much revenue is available to you, and when. How long will it take you to land that? And if you know, okay, over the next 3 months, I know that I can win this much revenue, you can start investing specific amounts of money into the key hires that are going to take you to kind of get there. One of the coolest things around this is, and when I talk about hunting, I talk about the kind of hunter-gatherer comparison. And it's gathering is passive, it's brilliant, but when times get tough, generally it's the hunters that are going to perform the best. But the last point here, where it says hunting requires being away from the village, is something that you have to embrace. I was very fortunate. I had a phenomenal business partner, a guy called Mike Stopford. And Mike and I, we kind of split our roles, and we always joked and we said, Mike's revenue and I'm profit. And that's how we did it. And Mike was brilliant at creating opportunity and executing on that opportunity for new revenue. But the rule was, if he was at the office, that he wasn't doing his job. It was critical that Mike was not involved in any of the operational elements in the business, that he was not too deeply entrenched into any of the client work that we were doing. Absolutely had to keep all the client relationships going, but he didn't get entrenched into the work simply because his job was driving revenue. One of the challenges I want to give to every single one of you, and this is not about testing your arrogance or whatever, but it is about understanding your self-belief. And the challenge is this: if let's say I'm hoping that you kind of believe that I've got good credentials, but if I say to you, I'll come in and run your business, I'll take care of everything, you'll literally have nothing to worry about, but all I want you to do is focus on revenue. That's all you have to do. You don't have to come into the office, like everything is sorted. How long would it take you to double your revenue? And when we answer that honestly, without even being arrogant, it's quite a short period of time. most of us would go, well, if I had all the time in the world to work on marketing and do my lead gens and do, speak at conferences and win awards and, do leads marketing and convert leads into opportunities and do proposals. And if all you had to do was focus on revenue and nothing else within the business, revenue wouldn't be a problem. Revenue becomes a problem when you are trying to generate revenue and do all the work and manage these teams and oversee everything. And you start to feel like, the foundations are starting to shake and you start to feel overwhelmed. So part of this process towards becoming a hunter, becoming the person who's absolutely in control of the revenue growth and hitting your targets, and I know that over the next 3 years, I will hit every one of my revenue targets. Almost all of that confidence will be linked to your ability to step away from the village and know that everything will be taken care of. The third point is don't market your agency, you start marketing your marketing. This is often a contentious issue. I tend to be quite a binary person. Like I believe in there's right ways and wrong ways. And brand marketing, which is what most of us believe in, this kind of like, oh, we've just got to get our name out there and we need more people to know about us and hear about us. It's absolutely brilliant. I don't want to knock it, but it tends to be the domain of big brand agents, of big brands, of FMCG, where you want to be top of mind, etc. For most agencies, you want leads, right? You would much rather have the name, telephone number, and email address of someone who is interested in purchasing your services or products than have your name out in some place where you cannot connect that back into a potential lead. And so one of the biggest success points within my agency journey was recognizing that instead of simply putting out content and doing as much marketing and awareness as we could, we converted everything into leads. And I was very binary. I went, if it does not generate leads, we just don't do it. Like we're small. We don't have the resources to be able to prop up a massive awareness marketing engine. I want to hit my revenue targets. And in order to do that, I know I need a certain number of leads every single week and every single month in order to convert into specific revenue growth. And for most of us, you'd rather just have the leads. You'd rather just have the names and email addresses. And so from a your marketing perspective, we need to recognize that we want to prioritize leads over brand awareness. We want to start creating, and this won't be very new to you guys because I know most of you are on top of this already, but we want to be creating opportunities for potential clients to self-identify. So instead of being out there just shouting and shouting and shouting, we want to give people the opportunity to go, yeah, I'm interested. I'll put my hand up. I'm quite interested in that. And they show their interest by registering for your webinars, downloading your ebooks, signing up for your seminars, completing your surveys, participating in your events, whatever it is. But if you are able to create an IP-based product that is so valuable that they would potentially pay for it, and then you use that as a tool to get people to register their interest, then you are creating leads. These are not necessarily qualified leads, but they're leads, and they're leads into businesses where they have expressed an interest in the topic that you were promoting. And then what happens is your marketing as an agency becomes marketing your lead capture products, the things that you're producing. And so instead of having your Twitter stream filled with random tweets about May the 4th and this and all that kind of stuff, right? Your feeds, your social feeds become drivers towards, hey, listen, guys, this is brilliant. This is interesting, but please go register. So it's all around converting into leads. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to convert leads into qualified leads. And this is absolutely critical. Leads are easy to come by. A qualified lead is difficult, and a qualified lead is the thing you're most likely to convert. And I always say qualified leads exhibit two specific criteria. The first criteria is that the prospect, that lead, they know who you are. They have at least have an idea of who you are. So if they've engaged with you, if they've watched a webinar, they've read an ebook, they've done some form of engagement, we can somewhat tick that box. We can go, well, they're aware of who we are. But the most important, which is the second one, which is they've expressed a need, because it's really difficult to have apply enough resources to try and sell to hundreds of people who probably don't want what you're trying to sell. Maybe they already have agencies, maybe they're not interested, they don't have the time, etc. I would rather focus all of my energy on the leads that have put up their hand and gone, I'm quite interested in what you're saying, I'm quite interested in the services that you offer. I would love to hear more about this. Our conversion and our success rates on those will be so much higher. So everything we do has to be about creating leads and allowing those prospects to self-identify their interest. A very quick story back in my agency days when I was being very militant on this thing of, if it didn't create leads, I'm not going to do it. We had an internal lady who helped with PR, and she used to get me onto radio for these radio interviews. And one day I just stopped. I refused to do it. And I said, because it means nothing. I was having to wake up on a Sunday morning to get through to the studio to do a 10-minute interview, and we never got any leads out of it. And she almost resigned because I was turning down radio interviews, which to a PR person is a really high level outcome. And I was kind of throwing it away and going, it's useless, it's worthless. And the compromise, to her credit, she was phenomenal. The compromise is she convinced the radio station and the DJ interviewing me to both tweet the link to the ebook that I was going in to talk about. And so when I did the radio interview, these tweets went out and the content went out on the station's social platforms going, if you're interested in the conversation that's happening in studio, you can download the ebook here. And suddenly we were getting a ton of downloads. And within those downloads, we had some very real opportunities that we could follow up on. So try and minimize the amount of time you spend creating content and just throwing it out there, and try and maximize the amount of time you spend creating content that converts opportunities, and then focus all of your energy on the difficult bit, which is marketing that marketing material. Okay, the next one is, we always say you've got to dress for the job you want. Well, you need to hire for the clients that you want. You would have remembered from earlier in my talk where I said why it's so critical to be charging correctly, and it's so critical to be able to invest in growth and invest in unlocking revenue opportunities. The truth is that in order to win the clients that you have on your target list, you need to already have the team members in place who are able to blow those people's minds. You cannot approach it and go, if I win that client, I will hire this person. I will upgrade. When you look at a future organogram, and I would encourage all of you guys to do this, is to actually sit and go, this is our current organogram, and design your organogram for 3 times your revenue. And go, what would we look like if we were making 3 times as much revenue? Design that organogram, and then look at each employee, each blank kind of space in the organogram, and go, is the person who's going to go in here, are they a requirement or a reward? Now, a reward employee is someone when you go, I'm so tired of doing this. When I become a millionaire, I'm going to hire this, right? It's like a lot of the time it's operational people. So you go, when we hit this revenue mark, I'm going to hire a full-time talent scout or full-time HR person. Brilliant role, but not so critical that you need one full-time. But a lot of your employees are going to be requirements. Your top creative people, your top, the top client service people that are able to blow clients' minds and help you secure the clients that you want, they have to be working there first. And so when I talk about hiring for the clients you want, you can't go cheap. That's how we start. And I get it. I don't want to criticize anyone. When we start these businesses, as I said earlier, we have so much time, we have very little money. And so we tend to hire affordable people. We tend to hire people as quickly or as cheaply as possible. And so what we got to do is recognize that in order to grow, you can't necessarily go cheap. You've got to hire highly talented people who can help you win these clients. But that expenditure on the people is going to probably happen before the revenue comes in, which is why you need to truly back your ability to win that revenue. Another thing that I think is great is you need to put yourself under pressure, right? If you hire ahead of the curve, it's definitely going to put you under pressure. And don't shy away from it. Most of us are brilliant human beings, right? All of us who started agencies, we all took a chance, and we're still going. And so back yourself, take an opportunity, back yourself, take this chance, invest in this and go for it. If it doesn't work, you've lost a bit of money, but money is relatively easy to make back. Rather create the opportunity and go for it and stand a chance to kind of succeed. And if you don't, learn from it and try again. And as I said, now you're going to understand why being a hunter matters. If you're going to invest in this, you have to know you can deliver on that revenue. Now we're going to look at it. If you're going to like a black hole in space, you will need to build an inescapable hook. This is the heart of all the things that we've got here. This is the hardest thing we've got to do. And when it comes to unlocking revenue, you cannot be competing against everyone else, right? It's impossible. No agency can grow consistently and successfully if you're winning 1 in 10 client opportunities, right? You know, it's expensive and a lot of effort and energy to create meaningful leads. And if our conversion rates are not really, really high, we're just wasting that energy and we're wasting that effort. One of the best ways to increase our conversion rates and increase our success rates is to have something that the client cannot escape. I can't tell you exactly what that is, but what I can tell you is the way that you need to approach this is you need to, and this is going to sound mean of me, but like I kind of quite enjoyed it. I always went in believing that even if the client doesn't like me, I want them to have to choose me. I want them to have to choose us as an agency, despite everything else that's going on. They can love every other agency in the pitch, but they're still going to have to choose us because we have something that no one else has. And a lot of the time, it can be a piece of IP. It could be a piece of technology. It could be access to an audience that no one else has. There are a number of things that you can do to be able to create and build these inescapable black hole attractions for a client. From our side, we had invested so heavily in becoming experts and literally writing books and writing the guides to corporate level crisis communications in social media. And it's quite a boring area. Almost every agency we were up against went in with these beautiful, creative, like pictures that they're so stunning. You want to lick the slides, like they would make you drool. And the clients would be drooling. The clients would be like, oh my God, this is amazing. It's so creative. But at a certain point, the CEO is going to turn around and go, yeah, but we need the agency that would absolutely have us covered if something goes wrong. We need the guys that have written the book on this, that have gone there, that have done that. And so any business that was like a financial services or a listed business, any business that was highly regulated, we almost certainly won without doing any creative pitch. We won because they couldn't not use us. And it's so critical to your revenue growth and the predictability of your revenue growth is to be able to build a hook that they cannot escape. I've worked with a number of agencies who in their spare time have created online magazines and built up these massive online audiences around specific topics. And then when they're out there pitching, they can say to the client, cool, you can use any other agency, but if you use us, your content would also go onto this platform. And then the client's like, wow, what a bonus. Like that's so much extra. So absolutely focus on building something, building that hook that they cannot escape. That's me, guys. Those are the 5. I really hope that you guys are able to kind of focus on those 5, get them done. If you can get those 5 behaviors right within your business, I promise you the revenue takes care of itself. You guys will be able to fly and you'll be able to maximize on all of the incredibly cool like PR and digital and lead gen tactics that you're going to go and deploy. But ultimately, please just know that as successful as you could be at doing all of that, if you're struggling here, if you're not getting these areas right, then you're most probably going to get frustrated and your growth will be stunted. Okay, so that's me. I know we're going to kind of do questions. If you guys want to catch me online, you can get me at agencytoexit.com or craigrodney.com is the page for my coaching. If any of you want to email me, I'm pretty good on my email, so you can email me on craig@craigrodney.com. Otherwise, it's Craig Rodney on pretty much every social network. I think I'm the only Craig Rodney around. That's it, guys. Thank you very much.
Awesome. That was really amazing. Craig, we learned a lot of things, like, when it comes to, say, putting ourselves out from the mundane task, having more people to work on them, and, focus on what is required for us, is something that, we most of the time, struggle with that. So, those examples and your, the process were really impressive, that, at least I have made notes of that, how and what I can do to make sure that the, agency runs smoothly even without me, right? So that was amazing. Okay, so we'll take a few questions. So we have from Diego. Can you provide some insights on how to generate high quality leads from low quality leads?
Um, sure. This is probably not the answer that you're going to want, but low quality leads are low quality leads. All right. The truth is converting low quality into high quality is probably not a good use of your time. You should probably be targeting high quality leads from the onset. But quality is subjective, right? Like there's a lot of agencies out there that are unbelievably successful agencies doing work for what you would probably describe as a low quality lead. They've figured out a model and a billing structure and a way of working that allows them to make a lot of margin and produce a lot of good work on what you'd classify as a low quality lead. For me, I think if I can answer that by defining what I see as a high quality lead, and for me, a high quality lead is a person who's ready to act, who understands what it is that they're looking to buy, and someone who is comfortable expressing what their need is. If I'm working with, if I'm conversing with leads and they're reluctant to articulate what it is that they're looking for, and if they're kind of quite guarded, for me, I'm either the wrong agency, or they're not ready to buy. Again, it goes back to this thing of going, we all have such limited time, that and you want to spend as much of your time on opportunities that have the highest chance of converting. And it's not to throw the rest away, but leave them in the cycle. Keep them on your newsletters, keep in contact with them every now and again. But you'll go mad trying to convince people to spend if they're not ready to spend. Like, it's just a very bad use of your time.
Yeah, that's right. And even I guess qualification can also happen through their forms. Yeah, right. Lead forms, we can also put some qualification filters there. So that can save us a lot of hours, that, okay, these are the people that we can straight away send to the newsletter, database. And these are the ones where we can put our effort on creating the proposals and all of those things.
Himani, I ran a survey years ago in my agency career. I ran a survey around crisis communication readiness. And we built a survey on Google Forms, very easy. We marketed our marketing. I went as hard as I could to get as many people to respond to the survey as possible. But we had some seriously like high level brands and companies in South Africa respond to the survey. But the questions were, do you have a crisis communication strategy? Yes or no? They go, no. You go, do you believe you should have one? They say yes. And then the next question, well, can I phone you about this? Yes. Like, if you can't convert that, you have a problem, right?
Right.
And so, but we got 200 people to respond to the survey. I only ever phoned 10, but I phoned
Amazing.
the 10 that self-identified, that answered the questions in a way that I knew they had the highest need and the highest propensity to act quickly.
Right. No, this is brilliant. I mean, this can work. I mean, it is something that we have to just understand their pain points and put them and frame them in a way where we can, just they can quickly understand, and, they can also understand, okay, I'm in the need of the service.
Yeah. Get them to talk. Whatever it is, you just keep quiet. It's fine. They know what you do, right? Give them the opportunity to talk, and they will tell you all of their problems and all of their pains.
Yes, that's awesome. Amazing. So we'll take just one more question. Okay, there is this White who says, got any advice on managing your agency's cash flow and profitability while investing in growth opportunities?
Yes. The cash flow management or people paying you is non-negotiable. Like I said earlier, I'm quite binary, and so my bookkeeper would phone people before an invoice was due to check that it was scheduled for payment. And so our cash flow tactic was to be as overwhelmingly painful as possible to our clients' finance departments to make sure that they paid us, right? And so you just have to be making sure that you're getting paid on time. That's a cash flow management side. From an investing point of view, you have to look at the amount of money your agency is capable of making now, which is, let's call it, if you're a good agency, like 30% margin, and what the real number is versus how much money it is when you're making 30% at 3 or 4 times the revenue. If you have a quarter, if you have 3 consecutive months where you're break even, but you've invested in creating the platforms to launch you into 3 times your revenue, that sacrifice, that profit sacrifice is insignificant compared to the future gains. Like, you'll make that back 3 times every month into the future. And so this sounds, I'm very profit focused in my coaching. I'm very much like a profit first kind of person, but don't overvalue money, right? Like, it's a tool. Don't be afraid to spend it. If you have a year where you'll break even, but that is at the pivotal year where you make all the structural changes and investments to be able to blow the lights out in the years to come, like, what a fantastic use of money, right? But I think if we get into a hoarder mentality, if we're too afraid to spend our profits, if we're too afraid to invest our profits, then we're probably going to get a bit stuck on where we are as a business.
Right. That's brilliant. I guess that sums it, that, it is something that you have to be in it to make sure it works for you. So, yeah, awesome. That was really wonderful having you, Craig. We've really learned a lovely things, and, it is something that is going to help all of our agencies to, function, as per it should be. Right. So
thank you very much for having me. I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure about that. Okay, wonderful. See you soon, Craig. And we have the next amazing session on Mission Deadline Possible: Unmasking Project Management Secrets in Digital Marketing. Hi, Vicky. Oh my God, I'm so excited to see you after such a long time.
I know, it's been a while. Good to see you. Thank you for inviting me, guys.
Yes, absolutely. And let me introduce you to these amazing people that, I'm so excited to announce our awesome blossom speaker, which is Vicky Simmance, who is going to rock the stage again on Friday, I guess. SE on the beach, right? Awesome. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Vicky.
Thank you. Brilliant. Thanks so much for that great introduction, Himani. Okay. Hi, everyone. Lovely to see you. So my talk is called Mission Deadline Possible: Unmasking Project Management Secrets in Digital Marketing. So basically what I'm going to talk about today is why project management processes are so important, and some examples of processes you can implement for yourself or your team to help ensure work is delivered efficiently and on time. Okay, so why have I chosen to talk about project management processes, and why am I qualified to talk about them? So I've been working as an operations director in digital marketing since 2017. And the core accountability of my role during that time has always been to make sure teams deliver work on time, to spec, and to a high quality. So implementing project management process has been a key part of that the whole time. I'm also Prince 2 and Prince 2 Agile Qualified Practitioner, which are project management qualifications, and help to further demonstrate my knowledge and passion in this area. Okay, so to begin with, why are project management processes important? Why should we all have them, regardless of if we work on our own or as part of a team? So to understand this, we first need to look at the risks involved if we don't have project management processes in place. So I've worked with a range of super smart and highly skilled digital marketing teams, but they hadn't always had the resources available to implement and maintain proper project management processes. So what this meant is that they struggled to deliver work on time to spec, which led to clients being unhappy. They weren't able to manage their time efficiently, which impacted profitability, and there were issues with accountability across the team. So project management processes help avoid these issues, and they help you to maintain traction so that work's delivered on time to spec. They help ensure work is delivered profitably and efficiently, and they also hold individuals accountable for delivery across the team. And a key point to note as we move through is that these processes work best when used together rather than in isolation. So I'll explain how they support each other as we move through. Okay, so the first thing I'd say when it comes to key project management processes is make sure you use a project management tool to easily and efficiently manage your team workflows. So we all know there's just normally so many different moving parts involved in the successful delivery of a client, project or retainer, which is why it's a simple to-do list just isn't enough. So having all tasks stored in one place centrally and having them assigned, scheduled and monitored, it means we can plan ahead. So we can make sure the right people are working on the right tasks, and they have the time scheduled to work on them. It's easier for us to monitor progress, so we can see ahead of time if a task is likely to be off track, so then we can take the opportunity to address any issues and bring it back on track. And then also team members have visibility into what they're expected to deliver and by when, which provides a sense of ownership and accountability. So when it comes to what project management tools to use, there's just so many available out there. It's quite interesting when you speak to people about their preference, they get quite passionate about it. So what I'm not going to do here is go through the pros and cons of each tool, because that would be a whole talk in itself. But if you are looking for a starting point, these are examples of a few tools that I've used in the past, which I can recommend based on my experience. So first of all, you've got ClickUp. So ClickUp is probably one of my personal favourites due to the fact it's easy to create workflows using tasks and subtasks and then manage these using automations. You've then got Monday.com, which I found personally really good when I was working with a lot of people outside of my organisation due to the different access and communication features. And then you've got Asana, which has got an interface that's nice and simple to use, and it benefits from a wide range of integrations. So as I said, lots of project management tools to choose from, and different teams are going to have different preferences depending on their size, their area of expertise, and other needs. Okay, so top tips to get the most out of your project management tool. So the first thing I'd say is make sure you segment your task lists. So in terms of digital marketing teams, the most popular way you're going to want to segment your task lists are firstly by clients, so you can make sure you're delivering what's agreed in the contract, by team members, so everyone's got clear visibility of what they're expected to deliver and by when, and then also internal processes as well. And the reason I flagged this is, so when I say internal processes, so it's things like sales, marketing, training, etc. And the reason I've mentioned to include this is that often when I've worked with teams, they haven't always included these due to the primary focus on client delivery. So we want to make sure that these internal processes are scheduled as well, so we've got time to deliver them. The other thing that I found when I've worked with digital marketing teams is that sometimes they haven't included their internal processes within their project management tool because they've actually got these stored elsewhere. So for example, they might use HubSpot as a CRM. And if that's the case, then that's actually not an issue because nowadays there's normally integrations where you can actually align tasks between two tools. So have them across both, make sure they're aligned, and I'll talk more about that shortly. So the next thing I'd say when it comes to project management tools is make sure you break your bigger tasks down into subtasks. So when it comes to bigger tasks, for example, those expected to take at least more than a day or have multiple people involved, breaking it down by subtasks means it's easy for us to keep track in terms of precisely the stage the task is at. It means we can assign different people to different tasks. And it also means we can provide a written brief for each subtask, which helps team members to stay on track. And on that note, We also need to make sure we're including all relevant information in the task. So as I said earlier, just having a simple to-do list just isn't enough. If we want to maintain traction and accountability, we need to make sure all tasks have, firstly, a written brief to avoid ambiguity, unless it really is a super simple task. We need an assignee, so we know who's accountable for delivery. And then we also need a start date and a due date. And this is quite an important point, because often when I've worked with teams, they've just had a due date for tasks, which isn't really enough, as it doesn't really take into account any other tasks a person needs to complete before that. So it's important to have both a start date and a due date. It's also useful to have a time estimate, so you know how much time to schedule in from a planning perspective. And then also time tracking is really important as well. So in my experience, this isn't always everyone's favourite thing to do, but actually it's really important in terms of measuring our profitability, and I'll talk more about this shortly. And then finally, it's also useful to have a status column, so you can precisely see what status each stage is at. So some examples of useful statuses to include, you've got not started, starting today, which is useful when it comes to daily stand-ups, which we'll talk about shortly. And then you've got in progress, blocked, in review, and complete. Okay, so next thing I'd say when it comes to project management tools is make sure you automate as much as possible. So probably one of the most useful features of them is the ability to easily automate routine tasks. So rather than you having to go into the tool and manually make changes once something's been completed, you can instead focus on more interesting stuff and avoid delays. So in terms of examples of automations in common digital marketing workflows, good example is content production. So if you are a business where you're including content, and as that content moves through different stages, so for example, write brief, write the content, upload to the website, you can make it in your project management tool so that as the piece of content moves through the workflow, your assignee is automatically updated, your start date, your due date, your time estimate, etc. So all of that's done automatically for you. It can also be great from a new business perspective. So for example, if you've got your sales pipeline within your project management tool, when the status of that prospect changes to 1, then you can make it so that a list of onboarding tasks for that new client is automatically created. So again, saving you a lot of time. And then just a final example of how I've found automations really useful in project management tools is for following up. So for example, if we're waiting for information or feedback from a client, you can make it so you automatically send yourself an email to follow up once the status has been awaiting information for 1 week, for example. So it's really good at giving you those automated reminders. In addition to that, the ability to integrate project management tools with other software is also another fantastic feature, as having everything aligned removes the need to update multiple tools. So it means we're reducing the chance of manual error and we're boosting productivity. So some examples of popular integrations with project management tools you can see here. So first of all, you've got Google Calendar. So this is really good because it means that anything that you've got scheduled in your project management tool automatically gets pulled through to your Google Calendar, and then changes in one get reflected in the other. So that's super useful. And then if you use Harvest as a time tracking tool, for example, you can make it so that the two systems stay aligned so that any changes in one get reflected in the other. And similar also with HubSpot. So if you use that as a CRM, you can align the two systems so that any task status that change in your project management software or in HubSpot stay aligned. So that's really helpful. And then the final thing I'd say when it comes to project management tools, and you've probably heard this phrase in every presentation today, you probably still will. Is watch out for AI. So AI is becoming increasingly popular in project management tools, like it is everywhere else. But yeah, already seen some great developments in it, so it'll be good to keep an eye on that and see how it evolves. So for example, with ClickUp, they released AI last month, and with that you can give it some relatively simple instructions, and it produces some detailed project plans in seconds. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that evolves, and that's going to be super useful to the project management process. Okay, so second point when it comes to key project management processes is make sure you schedule regular team communications to maintain traction and accountability. So having all your tasks detailed, assigned and scheduled in one place is definitely core to best practice project management, but it's only if it's supported by regular structured communications that we can really maintain traction and accountability. So what I'll do now is talk through some examples of best practice comms you can use with your team to help ensure they stay aligned and on track. Okay, so first of all, we've got daily stand-ups, sometimes called daily scrums or daily huddles. And these are probably one of the most effective and popular processes for helping teams to stay aligned and on track. So they're called daily stand-ups to reflect the fact they should be very short meetings, as traditionally these meetings would be done standing up face-to-face. So whilst nowadays doing your daily stand-ups actually standing up is optional, what should remain consistent is that they're scheduled at the same time at the beginning of each workday. They last no longer than 15 minutes, and they also involve less than 10 people. So this means if you've got a team of 10 people or more, you want to split it down into multiple daily stand-ups to reflect your team structure. So for example, you might have a stand-up for the SEO team and then another one for the PPC team. Another thing that should remain consistent about daily stand-ups is their structure. So team members might take it in turns to lead the daily stand-ups or rotate the order they go in. But what should remain consistent are the 3 key points that they talk through during the daily stand-up. So first of all, team members should list what they've completed since the previous daily stand-up. Then they should list what they're planning to work on that day, along with what's actually going to be completed that day. And then thirdly, they should raise any questions in relation to the tasks or any barriers to completion. And on this last point, if those barriers or questions can't be easily addressed within the daily stand-up, they should be discussed by the appropriate people after the meeting, so we can then ensure the daily stand-up is kept short. Okay, so if you don't already do daily stand-ups with your team, I'd encourage you to start them as soon as possible. They're really good for helping teams to stay aligned and on track. They encourage accountability, and they're also actually a great way of staying connected with your team, particularly if you're a remote team. Okay, so another touch point that within digital marketing teams that complements the daily stand-up are end-of-week updates. So I've actually found these particularly helpful when working with 4-day workweek agencies, just because the time between the last daily stand-up of the week and the first is obviously longer. So it's been particularly important in these instances to make sure tasks are or aren't on track to be completed. So in terms of guidelines for effective end-of-week updates, the first thing I'd say is what I found in practice works well is actually asking team members to share an update in a shared messaging channel. The reason being, this removes the need for another meeting, but it still gives everyone visibility on progress, which is really important. So your end-of-week update should be scheduled for mid-afternoon on the last working day of the week, as at this point, your team members are going to have a good idea of what is or isn't on track to be completed on time. And then in terms of the structure of the end-of-week updates, team members should detail the tasks they're planning to work on today, the tasks that they said they'd be working on during the daily stand-up, and then put the status next to each task. So for example, completed, in progress, on track to be completed on time, in progress, not on track to be completed on time. And then for those tasks that aren't on track to be completed on time, team members need to give a clear reason as to why, so they can discuss and agree next steps with their manager. Okay, and then finally we've got task briefing and check-in meetings. So in terms of your daily stand-up and your end-of-week updates, so these are great for ensuring the whole team stays aligned and on track. But if you've got more complex deliverables, or maybe a bigger deliverable that a team member hasn't worked on before, this is where it can be useful to have a separate set of meetings so you can focus in on that in more detail. So the key point to note here, which I put at the bottom of the screen, is you need to make sure these meetings are scheduled in advance, as that then makes sure you've got time to make any changes required between the meetings, and you're still not going to you're going to make sure you hit the final deadline. So first of all, we've got briefing meeting. So having a verbal briefing meeting in addition to a written brief is really helpful for team members, as it gives them an opportunity to discuss the tasks, and it means the person who's delivering the task has an opportunity to ask questions. The person who's delivering it can make sure they've understood the brief. And we then got check-in meeting or meetings, and this is a vital step that sometimes gets overlooked. So if you've got a task that's going to last for any duration, it's important to agree a point at which you're going to check in with each other on progress. So for example, that might be once the person delivering the task has completed a certain amount, or it might be after a certain amount of time has elapsed. Either way, it's just good to make sure that partway through you're checking in on progress, so you can make sure it's on track, or if it isn't on track, which could be the case, you've still got time to bring it back on track. And then finally, you've got your internal review meeting. And the main point to note here is that this should be scheduled at least a day before the final deadline, just to make sure you've got time to make any tweaks if needed. Okay. And then the final key point I'd say when it comes to project management processes is, and this is vital, make sure you know your numbers. So we need to be measuring client and team utilisation to maximise profitability. So the processes I've outlined so far are great for helping to ensure work is delivered efficiently, but it's also really important that we make sure the work, we measure how profitable the work we're delivering actually is, so that we can then review and make changes over time as needed. Okay, so first of all, how do we calculate profitability? So typically we want to calculate profitability in two ways. So first of all, we've got gross profit, which is the amount of money made once any direct costs have been deducted, where direct costs would include people's salaries or any other direct costs incurred to deliver a service. So for example, if you're working on an SEO retainer and as part of that you use external copywriting services, that would be a direct cost. You've then got net profit. So net profit is the amount of money made once any direct costs have been deducted, as well as any operating expenses, sometimes called OPEX, which you can see here. So where operating expenses are any costs incurred to run a business that you wouldn't directly attribute to a service. So good examples of that are costs for IT, marketing, training, team benefits, etc. So we want to make sure we're calculating profitability in both of these ways, as we need to understand how profitable the business is in terms of the services it delivers, which is gross profit, and then how profitable it is based on once we factor in any other costs to run the business, which is net profit. And then very roughly speaking, as I say, I do say very roughly because what good looks like will vary between agencies, but typically we want to be aiming for around 50% gross profit and 20% net profit. Okay, so what is client utilisation and why is it important to measure to optimise profitability? So client utilisation is the amount of time and amount of hours we spend on a client as a proportion of their budgeted hours, which you can see here. So in terms of how we calculate budgeted hours for a client per month, typically what a digital marketing team will do is take the revenue that client brings in per month, minus any direct costs outside of salaries. So again, if you're using external copywriting services, and then divide that revenue by an hourly rate. So this hourly rate will typically be calculated by finance, because they'll be able to consider, how much in terms of what people's salaries are, how much it costs in terms to run the business day to day, and then also in terms of the net profit we're looking to achieve. So generally, we want to aim for around 90 to 110% client utilisation. Or to put it another way, we want to be delivering minus 10% or plus 10% of the budgeted hours. And the reason being is that if we're performing within these parameters, then we're more likely to be profitable. So this is why time tracking is such an important part of the project management process. Again, not everyone's favourite thing, but this is why it is so important to explain to teams, why it's important we do the time tracking, because it's only if we do that we really know how profitable we are. It then follows on from this that if we're measuring client utilisation, we can identify which clients we're over or under delivering on, so we can then adjust our resources accordingly. And it also enables us to identify opportunities for increasing spend. So, for example, if a client genuinely does require more time than what's currently budgeted for. Okay, and then finally, what is how do we measure team utilisation, and why is it important to measure to optimise profitability? So, team utilisation is the number of billable hours an individual team member works, or the amount of time spent on client work as a proportion of their overall working hours. So the key point to note here is that team utilisation, ideal utilisation rates are going to vary depending on a person's role. So for example, for an SEO executive, we'd expect them to spend most of their time working on client work, whereas for a director, we'd probably expect them to split their time more evenly between client work and non-billable work. And when I say non-billable work, I mean things such as internal projects, management, training, etc. Hence, in terms of like ballpark utilisation rates, we'd probably look at around 85% for an executive, 75% for a manager, and 50% for a director. So again, it's super important that we measure team utilisation, because we know that if we're performing broadly within these parameters, we're more likely to be profitable. Following on from this as well, in turn, if we're measuring team utilisation, it's easier for us to make sure that the right people are working on the right tasks. So then we're boosting productivity and profitability. And then also it actually helps us to spot ahead of time if we're likely to exceed the optimal utilisation rates. So for example, if your team is getting near capacity, you've got more clients coming on, we can then plan ahead to make sure we're recruiting, we're bringing in resource to minimise team stress, which is really important. Okay, so now I've talked through why project management processes are important and some examples of processes you can implement for yourself, your team. Hopefully everyone's learned something today that they can take away in action. So to summarise the key points, project management processes help support traction, accountability and profitability. Make sure you use a project management tool to easily and efficiently manage your team workflows. Regular team comms are really important to maintain traction accountability. And finally, make sure you know your numbers. So measure client and team utilisation to maximise profitability. Okay, so yes, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
OMG, 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 that was amazing. I mean, I was like, what all notes I should make and what all notes I should miss out. I was like just making screenshots and making notes. And I mean, like the calculations were beyond brilliant. I just love that.
Okay. Yeah, it's always it's interesting because it's these sort of things that you think, oh, everyone knows this. They're running an agency. Everyone knows how to do this, right? But I think this is why I've really enjoyed my role, actually, because when I've been to work with different agencies, so it's been slightly different teams, different challenges, different areas of expertise. But yeah, it's always interesting to see, actually, it is getting those, there might be basics, but they're not always basics. It's just getting those things implemented and maintained, because it's not actually that easy when you've got, you've got a team of people and you've got a business to run.
Absolutely. It's a huge pain. I'm sure a lot of people over here would agree to that. So, yeah, awesome. So I'll take a couple of questions. All right. Okay. So one question is, okay, so how do you deal with uncertainty and risk in digital marketing projects?
Oh, good question. So I think this is around from obviously from a project management process point of view. I think a lot of it is down to, and this is part of it actually, making sure things are detailed and agreed up front. Make sure we're speaking to the client, we're understanding what their needs are, what their expectations are. And to be honest, a lot of this is going to be done up front. The other thing I would say as well is that over time needs do change. So I think this is the key thing where we're constantly, from a project management perspective, it is managing, what we're delivering against what's been agreed, but then we need to have some flexibility in there to work with the clients and meet their needs. So I would say this is where it does come to making sure we've got things recorded and detailed, and having regular comms with the client as well and working with them on that.
Oh, awesome. That's awesome. Okay, so I'll take another question from Anne. With regard to drawing conclusions, how do you learn and improve from your project experiences?
Oh, that's a really good question. Thank you, Anne. Honestly, it really is. This is the other thing as well. So with project management, the other thing I'd say is not one size fits all. So I've gone through some best practices today. And I think I sort of highlighted that when I was talking about what tool to use. And also different teams do work differently. So I think from my point of view is I'll go in with what I know is best practice, but equally I can't go in and do that straight away. I have to get to know the team, their processes, the people. So it's and the other thing that you'll know, Himani, you can't just introduce something straight away. There's a lot of change management involved. So that's a key part of the process as well. So yeah, sorry, that's a bit of a roundabout way of answering the question. But I think it really is, you do need to go in, you need to listen to the team, understand how they work, what are they working on? Because actually, the other thing is I've worked on clients that do website builds. I've worked on, with agencies that do SEO, PPC, social, and they are very different. So you need to be going in, the first point is going and understand what they do, how they work. And then from there, thinking about, okay, based on this is how you work, this is the process that's going to work best. So there will be like some general, like things like daily stand-ups. They're generally quite good for maintaining traction, but you are going to have to work with the team and work out what's going to be best for them.
Absolutely. And that's how it is. You learn it while you test it, and what works for you and what doesn't.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And as I say, I've not had one client where they use the same tool or the same processes, and we've done stuff and it's worked for one and not the other. So, yeah.
So true. So true. Awesome. Great then, Vicky. It was really wonderful having you over here. We have learned a ton of, amazing things, and do give our regards to Chris.
Oh, I will. Don't worry. I will. He says hello as well. He's at a conference at the moment.
Oh, yes. Give my hi to him as well.
I will. Thank you so much.
Okay. Awesome. Great then. Thank you so much. See you around soon.
Take care.
Okay. So next session is about managing client relationships for long-term success. Hey, hi. Oh my God.
Hey,
You
Himani.
both together.
Yes, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. We're very excited to be here.
Yes, absolutely. And it is something that, to be very honest, Chris, your tips have worked out really amazing. So thanks for that. Seriously.
Very good.
Awesome. So I'll take a moment to introduce you guys to the beautiful audience that we have today. So, it's something that we now have Chris Raulf, an international AI and SEO expert, founder and president at Boulder SEO Marketing, and Daniel Burns, SEO design and CRO expert at Boulder SEO Marketing. And this duo is going to, rock the stage, bring fire, and, share some amazing insights. So stay there, guys, and welcome both of you.
Thank you so much. I think this will be a very interesting session. Should we get into it right away? Let me go full screen here. All right, again, my name is Chris. I'm the founder of Boulder SEO Marketing. I'm originally from Switzerland, moved to Colorado a long time ago. I love it here. I speak globally about AI and SEO. Enough about me. Daniel, who are you?
Yes, my name is Daniel. I'm originally from Brazil. My past life, I used to run, own, and manage a website design agency in Los Angeles for about 20 years. So a lot of what I bring to the table is really how to manage and how to keep clients. And that's a lot of what we're going to be talking about today.
All right, enough about us. So in a perfect world, and by the way, man, I watched the entire conference so far today. Amazing presentations. So we're going to build on what already has been presented. All right, so in a perfect world, right, it's easy to acquire customers. It's easy to keep them. It's easy to always keep them happy. That is not the case. If you guys already have started your agency, you're in the middle, you're growing, you know, it is really hard. So this is what we're going to talk about today, Daniel. So there are three big issues we're trying to solve. What are those, Daniel?
Yeah, and the biggest issues when trying to keep clients happy is, number one, you know, when closing deals, making sure that you're closing the right deals and closing them correctly. Number two, big issue that we see is onboarding. A lot of clients get lost when onboarding a client. We're going to talk about that. And then once they're onboarded and they're on, you know, on the deck and we're working with them, how do you keep clients for years to come? Those are usually the three buckets of where we see the most issues. And those are the ones that we're going to be talking about and focusing on today.
All right, let's get into it. So we have a pretty packed agenda, not a lot of time, but this is basically what we're gonna try to cover in today's presentation. Hopefully at the end, we'll have a little bit of time for questions, but you're always welcome to reach out to us if you have any other questions. So I want to give a brief overview who we are, how we have evolved since I started this company back in 2009, how we're now organized. We're still a boutique agency. I want to stay a boutique agency. I don't need to be the Walmart of SEO agencies. So I want to quickly present to you how we have evolved as a company. So 2009, I had it with corporate America. I read my horoscope. It said, if you don't make a change today, you'll regret it forever. I don't believe in that stuff, but I took a shower. I thought about it, walked out and wrote my letter of resignation. Bit scary. I really didn't have a plan B, so it was like all in. I think if you want to, you know, do this the right way, you need to go all in. Like no regrets. If you fail, you fail. You know, you're not going to implode or explode. You know, give it a try, right? If you're thinking about this. Then look at this, Jerry, a first customer. He is still with us 14 years later. That's me 14 years ago at a Halloween party. So I'm excited, right, that we still have our first dollar, our first client still with us. In April, shortly after I launched the business, acquired the first international big customer, had to hire people, right? And then it was pretty smooth sailing. I kept the agency small, overseeable for about 4 or 5 years. Got remarried, sold the book of business. I was the housewife. My wife worked every day in Denver, long commute, wasn't home, left early. I had to shuttle 5 kids to and from work. I had to do the cooking and cleaning. Man, that was hard work. So my hat off to, you know, housekeepers out there, way harder than running an agency. So basically I sold my book of business. I just focused on lead gen and selling leads to other agencies. Living the dream. I worked 2 hours a day, made a lot of money. So if you're not cut out to run an agency, maybe that's the best way for you to make a living, right? Then Daniel, we met in August 2020. Decided to team up and like restart the business basically from zero to hero. We've been doing this for nearly 3 years now. Mm-hmm. It's going really well. We're approaching the next phase of this business where we're going to grow it rapidly. In June of 2021, our website got hit by a core algorithm update. We lost basically all of our organic search traffic. we invented something that we call micro SEO strategies. It's a game changer. It is a true differentiator that we bring to the table. If you're an agency, if you want to start an agency, find something that differentiates you from other agencies out there. And then, yeah, June 2023, we're still having fun, ready for the next phase of growth. If you want to learn more about micro SEO strategies, we did a webinar for SE ranking, I think a year or something ago. Here's the link to this webinar. I definitely recommend checking it out. Real briefly, this is now how we're organized. It's critically important that you think about the structure of your company if you get ready to grow it. I'm the founder, like the visionary, the big thinker. You know, I speak at conferences. I do consultative selling. I'm in charge of marketing, speaking, training, keep the team on their toes. We just hired a solutions advisor, a salesperson. I'm way too busy dealing with all the leads that we're getting through organic search. And then we also have a marketing intern that's helping me, you know, with all the marketing activities. Daniel, how is your team organized?
Yeah, so essentially Chris, you know, does the vision and brings in the business. And then my job is to manage the team who's going to actually deliver on this. So we have a team starting off with a strategist, and below the strategist, we have, and you can go ahead and, you know, bring out the other ones as well, you know, the account management who manages account team and project coordinators. We have a head of content development. And then below that, we have specialty SEO professionals that do a lot of the different things. So one of the things that we're not going to talk about today, because a lot of other presentations were really good about talking about processes and managing the team. That in terms of, you know, managing client relationships is probably as important as a lot of the things that we're going to talk about today. But one thing to keep in mind as you grow the business, having a good process documented in place. So everyone knows exactly what they're doing and what their job description is and what is expected from them is really important when you start dealing with a team of this size and when you plan on growing that team.
Awesome. All right, so I'm going to go through this relatively fast. I think it's sort of like a recap of what we already heard here today. So you have to get clients. There's no company without clients. So either, you know, primarily do inbound or outbound. We primarily focus on inbound. We know how to do SEO. I'm not a fan of outbound, right? So you can do, in terms of inbound, organic search, those are the best leads. PPC, you know, it's okay. They're not as well educated as people that find you organically. Outbound sucks, in my opinion. It has to be hyper targeted. If you do it, very targeted mailings, etc. Cold calling, I've been there, done it. I don't want to do it ever again. But you have to think about how you're going to get those clients, right? And there were already presentations that spoke about that. Speed to lead, critically important. When you get a lead, in this case, through organic search, somebody reached out to us here June 1st, 8:30 a.m. Hey, this is what we're looking for. I get those leads. I respond right away with a personalized email. 6 minutes later, I either call them or I send them an email. Hey, I'm Chris, I'm the founder. And then here, set up a call with me or give me a call. And then if you find the time, fill out this form. So a lot of, you know, really good information that will give me more ammunition in the initial conversation to, you know, hopefully close that deal. Then, all right, first date. So we're talking gain trust, get on the same level with the person on the other line. Do not overpromise. There's no need to lie. You're going to get your production team into trouble this way. No sales pitch. I'm an educator. I teach at universities. I speak globally. So I do an consultative approach. And then I always try to figure out, are they actually a good fit for BSM? If they're not, we're not going to take them on. It's just going to be a nightmare down the road. Find out if they have money to pay for your services. Second date, hey, let's create a customized proposal, 6-month roadmap, involve the SEO strategist or Daniel to be part of that call where, you know, it's getting to get serious. then this will make onboarding very easy and seamless. And then make it clear, I will not be involved all the time. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to do anything. So I already tell them, hey, you're not going to see me on a regular basis, but I'm here. You're welcome to reach out if there's anything crazy that you need to discuss with me. Then this is where Daniel and the team comes in, deal with contract, legal stuff, onboarding. I usually attend the kickoff meeting, the handoff meeting, but then it's time to let go, let the BSM production team take over. I'll attend the re-strategy meetings. Daniel, you'll talk about that. Mm-hmm. And then be here, to support the team for high-level issues. Woo! All right, all yours, Daniel.
Perfect. So this is when essentially the rubber now meets the road, right? And one of the reasons that for us, this part is so important. And again, the title of the presentation here is Managing Client Relationships. And the reason we talked about sales is because the way that we bring people in sets the foundation for that client relationship. So the things that Chris say during the sales process, the things that he's promising that our team is going to do, how that onboarding happens, sets the foundation for how well we're going to be able to have a relationship with that client. So we've been doing this for a very long time, between Chris and I together, 40, 50 years of experience. And everything that we're going to be teaching you today is really based on trial and error, things that we've done, or I have personally done incorrectly for many years. And we've learned the hard way that these are probably the biggest sticking points and probably the biggest solutions that we've implemented into the business to be able to avoid these issues from happening, and then keeping that client relationship on a good note, making sure that client onboarding is very smooth. And then once they're onboarded, keeping clients with us for years. I mean, Gary's been with us for 14 years. And that's amazing. And, the majority of our clients are with us for 2-3 years, which I think is a really, really, really awesome.
And by the way, Jerry still doesn't know what we do. Yes. Like, he's a machinist. He has a machine shop. When we started to work together, he was nearly going out of business. And I'm like, Jerry, you can't have a dark website with dark fonts. That's not going to work. Let's redo the website, right? And then, so I think now he owns 2 buildings, millions of dollars of machinery, but still he has no idea what we're doing. He thinks I'm working for Google.
Yeah.
But this is what we want, right? Like, they don't need to worry about us. They just need to see that it's working.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So the way that we kind of formatted the second part of this presentation is really putting together 6 tips. And these are hopefully tips that, any agency can take and implement into their process right away. And these are tips that for us have been true game changers over the years. So the first one, and probably one of the big ones, is onboarding. And why is onboarding such a issue? Well, I'll explain. The way that we used to do onboarding for many years, and then probably a lot of you guys are doing onboarding. Sales is talking to a client, and obviously the client is very happy at that point because they are going to close with you, right? Either they talk to a lot of different people, or with, what happens with Chris, they've seen a webinar, they knew that he's the expert, they know that they're working with the best of the best when working with Chris. But then Chris sells it, an agreement is signed, and then he hands it over to the project manager. And a lot of times, the way we used to do it in the past is we used to have a manila folder. We'd put a service agreement in there that's signed and give it to the project manager and say, here you go, run with it. The client goes, wait a second, why am I not working with Chris anymore? This is not cool. I wanted to work with Chris. So that transition from a sales to the project manager, if not done correctly, ends up in the client not being very happy, all of a sudden working with sometimes a project manager that doesn't have a fifth of the experience and then the educational tone of voice. All of that, excitement that they were feeling in the beginning, all of a sudden goes down the drain. We've seen this happen over and over. A lot of agencies will have a strategist involved, but we see the same issue. Sales, they're super excited. They want to sign. Let's start working. But then they bring in a strategist, and the person that did the sales kind of hands it off to the strategist. Now they're working with somebody new. That's the first kind of handoff. And then the strategist puts together a strategy, and then they hand it over to the project manager. And then within a couple of weeks, another handover, and then they're working with somebody else. And by the time this happens, It's the third person. There's been things that have been missed and communicated over 3 different, handoffs. A lot of things get lost in the mixture. And they're saying, where is Chris? Why am I working with, an entry level project manager a lot of times when, I was talking to the expert in the industry? This happens over and over. So what we've done is we've created something, and I called it layered onboarding transition. How does that work? Well, Chris is there talking to, a prospect. The prospect is very happy. Remember that Chris said that he's got 3 meetings. He's got the first meeting where he's on his own, and he's really understanding if this is going to be a good client. And if it is a good client, then he's going to say, okay, well, let's have a second meeting. And I'm going to bring in not only my strategist, but I'm going to collect some information from you, which is a questionnaire. We're going to look at Search Console so we can have a better and more educated, conversation about this. So on that second meeting, which I'm the strategist for most of these projects, will come in. And then for meeting 2 and meeting 3, I'm going to be participating in these meetings, talking in these meetings as well, and interacting with the client. So by the time the agreement is signed and Chris makes very clear that he's no longer going to be there, I have been speaking to that person for about 2-3 weeks already. So they feel very confident that they're talking to somebody else already, and they're not just going to be handed off to somebody else. The other thing that happens at this point, the service agreement is signed. I've been working with them for a while. Chris says, you're in good hands. Daniel will take care of this for you now. I introduce the project manager at this point. You'll see that I'm going to onboard this client for the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But for 2 to 3 weeks, the project manager is also part of this communication. They're not going to be doing much at this point. They're going to be there in meetings. They're going to be in communications. Why? Because we want this client to see that the project manager is already there, already part of the activities, already part of everything. Nothing is getting lost through the cracks. So by the time I officially get this off my plate and hand it over to the project manager, there is very good happiness in terms of the client understanding that this was a very congruent and very smooth onboarding process where he simply just didn't get off-boarded from somebody to somebody else, completely new, that didn't know what the project, was about, and has to do that discovery every time. So this is a process, a transitional onboarding process that works really, really, really well for us today. Yes, it requires a little bit more time investment from the strategist and the project management to add that extra time at the tail end of these other activities, but it's worth the investment. So perfect. Tip number 2, the meeting cadence, 3 meetings in 2 weeks. Let me talk to you about what that is. So again, communication cadence. In the beginning, the client is very excited. And as we all know, sales, if somebody calls you, Chris was saying speed to lead, right? If a client or a prospect calls, you call them right away. If they send an email, you send an email right away. What happens is a lot of times, and every agency is guilty of that, the minute the agreement is signed, we're like, whoo, we got them on board. We can relax a little bit. And then things tend to slow down a little bit. And that is a huge issue. And the huge issue is because from the client perspective, they're like, whoa, wait a second. Everything was so fast and everything was so exciting. And one of the reasons I closed with them is because they got back to me so quickly and so forth. We've seen clients become upset with the fact that all of a sudden it takes 2-3 days to get back to them. Some things that were happening, the energy level isn't there anymore. So it's important that the minute that the sales stops and the onboarding and the work continues or starts, not only the energy level, but the educational tone of the communication is maintained the same, but it actually increases and becomes more exciting. Why? Because we want our clients to say, you know what, working with Chris was awesome, but working with the rest of the team is even better, right? Everything that we do needs to be that with that in mind. And then the other thing is you want to get through the strategy pretty fast and then start working on SEO. Again, something that we've been very guilty of doing is we say, okay, now we have the client. Let us really sit down and spend some time doing strategy. And a lot of times because of different variables, sometimes because the client takes long for us to, or takes long to get back to us, or because there's so much to look at, a strategy will go into month 1, month 2. Sometimes we're even getting into the end of month 2. And then the client's like, when are we actually going to start the SEO work, right? So doing strategy fast and hitting the ground running with actual deliverables, very important to keep the client very motivated. So how do we do our meetings when we close the client? Chris goes there and he signs the agreement. So I know at that point that the first month has started right there. The clock is ticking. So immediately, the first day, the minute the agreement is signed, I pick up the phone and I call the client and I say, hey, let us set up the initial kickoff meeting. This kickoff meeting is very important because at this point, this is when I bring the project manager in. I'm like, hey, this is going to be your project manager. We're very excited to work with you. By the way, over the next 2-3 weeks, these are the things that we're going to be doing. This is what I need from you. I make sure that they know that we're on top of it. And then I say on this initial meeting, by the way, over the next 2 weeks, I need to set up 2 more meetings. Meeting number 2, in 1 week, I want to review the first round of our strategy recommendations. And after that, we want to review the final strategy, which is the day that we're going to get your okay and actually hit the ground running. So when we get your okay on this, by week 2, we're actually going to hit the ground running and start doing some implementations. So immediately when the client agrees that to that service agreement and signs off, we get on the phone, we get 3 meetings within 2 weeks, and we have a very fast cadence to make sure that we not only have a really good strategy in place, but that it's finalized, approved, and we're actually implementing it by week 2. I can't tell you how important this is. To be part of your process, this needs to be a priority. If you have other things that are happening within the agency, when a new client comes in, making sure that you get these 2 weeks done as a priority to make sure that the project manager has what they need to start implementing it, sets the foundation for a great client relationship for years to come. So tip number 3, create a truly custom strategy. And the way I have truly here is because, again, looking back at the way that I used to do SEO 10 years ago, it was the old formula of the, package 1, 2, 3. And package 1 is, you're going to get 3 blog posts, 10 links, and, 2 of these. And then you would essentially do that, right? Nowadays, number 1, that doesn't work. Number 2, that's not what the clients want. Number 3, that's not what Chris is selling them on, right? Because what we're selling them is on a really, truly custom strategy. So how do we do our custom strategy? Well, information is power. We collect throughout this whole process a lot of information, right? Number 1, there's a client questionnaire. That's a really in-depth client questionnaire. We actually explain to our clients that, yes, we apologize for the length of this, but it is extremely important in a lot of different ways that we need all of this information. We review the sales notes. We look at the kickoff meeting notes from the first meeting. We look at Google Search Console, GA. We look at the current rankings, the tech reviews. We have all of this information in place. And then we're going to prepare some recommendations to make in meeting 2. Now, a note here. It is our job. It is Chris's job, and specifically my job as the digital strategist, to tell things to the client that he doesn't know. Specifically, what are the things that he needs based on his goals for the business, but basically where his website is in terms of what we can actually and realistically accomplish. So when we have that second meeting, I don't want to tell the client, say, yes, you hired us to do SEO, so we're going to do SEO and increase your rankings. He knows that already. My job is to say, look, we've uncovered all of these things during the strategy. And based on this information, these are the things that we're going to recommend because these are the things that are going to give you the best results. I want from my meeting number 2 with the client for him to say, wow, these guys actually put some time into it and really came up with some really jewels that I had no idea and I didn't hear about before. Again, the reason I'm saying this is because these are the things that are going to set that foundational trust between the client and the team that they're working with, really setting the, again, the foundation for the client relationship for years to come.
And we got about 10 minutes, so we have a little bit of time for questions.
So I will move forward here, and I think we're getting close to the end. So we do the roadmap, right? So the roadmap is we have the meeting with the client. He says, perfect, this is great. So I'm going to create a client roadmap. I'm going to create the Basecamp deliverables, and then we're going to have the third meeting with the client, and then this can hand it off to the project manager. So what does the roadmap look like? Well, here, let me show you ours, what it looks like. So we have this template, which is going to be the same template for the reporting. And I'll explain why that reporting is at the end. But we tell the client, hey, over the next 3 months, and we do 3-month sprints, we are going to do these 14 deliverables. Are you okay with this? Yes. So together with the client, we know that this is exactly what we're going to deliver in 3 months. And for our team,
so they basically, go back to the slide. This is now a summary, right, of everything that was communicated, that was discussed. So it's like it's distilled version of like, hey, this is what we're going to propose. Like, this is what we're actually going to do now.
Exactly. This is exactly what we're going to deliver, to the client over the next 3 months. And this, we use Basecamp. I know we were talking about some other project management systems. So Basecamp is where we actually get the actual tasks that our team needs to implement to make this happen. And this is, the client also sees this as well. So now we're organized. This has been handed off to the client, and the project manager is now fully in charge of running with this. Onboarding is done. So what do we do next? This one here is re-strategize periodically. Again, old school, rinse and repeat doesn't work. If you're going to do the same thing every month, it's going to get to a point where the client's going to be, is this really working? What we do is we do 3-month sprints. So in the beginning, in our onboarding, we do a strategy, and we do a 3-month strategy. We implement and deliver all of that in 3 months. And at the end of 3 months, they've been working with the project manager. The strategist, myself, will come in and redo a strategy for the next 3 months. The reason this is important is because things change so much, and we want to make sure that we're always focusing on the most important stuff and keeping the account fresh. The other reason this is so important is because instead of just working with the project managers for years to come, they actually get to see the strategist or sometimes the owner come back and interact with the client every 3 months. So they get a feeling that they're actually not working just with the project manager, but with everybody in the agency.
And I think what's critically important, like if you have local clients, like oftentimes and nowadays, everything is through a computer. You don't meet in person anymore. Get together for the re-strategy meeting, even go for a happy hour, have a drink together, take it to a different level. It makes such a huge difference.
Yeah, anytime we have a local client, we make an effort of trying to go and meet with them in person. So the re-strategy, 3-month sprints every time, again, it's been a game changer for us. This one, if from the 6 tips, if I have to say, take 1 tip away, is the communication pulse. And this is one where my team of project managers I get a little pushback, but I have to say it works wonders. What this is I tell my team that we need to send at least 1 daily update to every client. Yes, every client will get something from us. It's either an email or a Loom video, or an update on a project, or a question, or this. Why? Because over communication works. There's one thing that I tell my team that I never ever want to hear, which is a client sending an email saying, can you please give me an update on my project? Over communication means the client understands that the team is busy, the team is working, and he is always up to date in terms of everything that's going on, right? One of the things that creates really customer insatisfaction or unhappiness is not knowing what's happening. So I've always told my team, saying, do the email pulses. And if any client ever complains of over communication, please slow down, let me know. And we've never heard that before. So
it's actually interesting when I do the initial call with potential customers, I ask them, hey, are you able to share a report, a monthly report that you get from your current agency, or like what does communication look like? It's usually a blank stare. Shockingly, a lot of agencies, they don't provide reports, they don't communicate with their clients. I'm like, wow, you're going to be in for like a very pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
Right?
And then the last thing, which is really cool about the pulse, is because it encourages the project manager to review every day, every client, every task for that client, and communicate with the client. So it's just a natural way to really stay on top of projects and making sure that clients always know what's going on. Here is essentially the template that we use, right? So every month I print this out. Some of our project managers use this digitally, others actually print it out like myself. And then we just make sure that every day, boom, we send out a little smoke signal to our clients, and they love that. Last but not least, especially because I think our next speaker is going to be talking about reporting, and reporting can be sliced and diced in 100 different ways. But the reason that I wanted to talk about reporting here, and the reason that it is so important for client retention, is because we bring in and incorporate one very important thing in here. So again, remember the roadmap? It's the same template. And every time at the end of every month, when a client is looking at the metrics and what did we achieve, we always want to start off with number one, the roadmap. What is it that we're working towards? What is our North Star? These are the, in this case, 14 different big deliverables that we're going to do over these 3 months. So it's always going back to that. And then remember that I showed you our internal task list. We share that very clearly with the client as well, saying, hey, it's, we're kind of halfway through that 3-mark roadmap. We've done about 50%. We're on schedule. These things are still kind of in the backlog. So he gets a very clear communication at our back end. And most importantly, then we go through an executive summary, really highlighting the things that are, extremely important about the account. This is, I think, probably the most important page of the report, because this is where our project managers are taking time to really, really, really tell the client, hey, if you only have a minute to look at this report, what are the things that you need to understand that we have, a good handle on your project? And last but not least, these are the things that we completed last month. These are the things that we're going to be working on in the next month. And during that conversation with the client, we say, is this good? Do you want to adjust this? Is there anything that we need to add? Is there something happening with the business? So together with the client on a 30-day cycle, we are getting together and making sure that not only are they really happy with the past 30 days, but they're really on board with all of the things that we're going to be doing for the next 30 days, but keeping in mind that North Star of the 3-month deliverable.
And I think a great analogy is probably like, if you're in a personal relationship and you don't communicate with your partner, there's something wrong, right? And if you tell them that you're going to do things and you're not going to do it, that relationship is going to end.
Absolutely.
Very similar. Like think about, this way.
Yeah. So, running an agency is not easy. Keeping clients happy for years to come is not easy. There's so many different variables and things that you have to keep in mind. But in our experience, I think all 6 of those things are really good pieces of advice that we've implemented in our own business, and they've shown to be extremely successful.
Woo! Over. Well done. All right.
My God, that was beyond words. I mean, you both were, it was looking like that, I'm actually having an interaction, even if not speaking. So that was brilliant, guys. I mean, you both were having so involved in the conversation. And of course, there were so many frameworks, the, processes and the checklist. And that, I love the one where you have showcased that, it looks like a book where you have table of contents, and then you have certain things, noted down as the list of things that we are going to do for the entire month, right? So that was really amazing. So thank you so much, both of you, because it actually seemed like a lot of effort, to be very honest. So yeah, that's
it's a lot of work, right? And luckily we made a lot of mistakes early on when we got together, but we learned. Luckily we made a lot of mistakes, but we learned from these mistakes. And now we're like, nearly 3 years into this relationship, we grow, like rebuilding the agency. I think we're actually now ready for growth, right? We have a great process. We got communication under control. We hired somebody to help me with sales. Somebody helped me with marketing. So I loved Greg's presentation before. Man, I took away so many insights, and I'm gonna make Daniel watch it. Mm-hmm. So I think all the presentations here, they're really good fit for each other. So hopefully we were able to share some cool insights here, and maybe even if there are any questions, we'd love to answer some questions.
Yes, absolutely. We have few. So I'll take the one from Jamar. How do you balance the demands and requests of multiple clients and prioritize your workload? So I believe I understand that, sometimes you've planned something and then the client comes up with their special requirements, which, hinders the balance that we have created, that, okay, we have the timeline to wrap up some things, right? So, how do you balance?
I'll start with, so I try to set the expectations when I initially talk with the leads, right? I'm like, hey, this is how it's going to be when you work with us. You know, you're not going to, please don't bombard us like on a daily basis with all these crazy requests. It's like, it's a long-term strategy that we're going to implement for you. Usually we come up with like at least a 3 to 6 month plan. And then we're going to try to stick to that, right? It's going to kill the project if a client feels they need to bombard you with all the time with new requests. It has happened, and sadly we had to part ways because it's not a good fit, right? Daniel, how do you deal with?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the beauty of the 3-month sprints, right? Because a 3-month sprint means, hey, something came up. Can we add that to our next sprint? If it's something that we can wait, it's not going to get put on the back burner. We know that we can already talk about how we're going to implement this in the next sprint. If it's something that is urgent, as, you know, my website broke and we need to jump on it, well, then we have to make decisions of let's, you know, make changes to our current flow and, you know, do emergency work. But for the most part, everything that gets asked 90% of the time is something that can wait and be part of the next sprint. And that's why those 3 months is such a sweet spot, is because we can get all of this done, but then re-strategize and implement stuff that's important for us, but important for the client as well. So they always get their needs met and included in future strategies.
And basically, the more proactive we are, the less reactive we have to be, right? It's all about setting expectations, clear communication, a long-term plan. It's going to take the craziness out of the operation here.
Yeah. And it's also learning how to say no to the client. Yeah. You know, it's important because if you get into a habit of always saying yes, 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 more demands are going to come. And that's eventually going to get you in a position where you're not going to be able to deliver on what's promised. And that's going to ruin the client relationship. So it's important that you set the foundation of what you can and can't do and very clearly communicate your limitations to make sure that we can stay on schedule.
Right. Absolutely. I guess this is something that, you know, it is all about that how we are going to tell them, as you said, that what we can and what we can't. And it is something that, you know, sometimes they have huge demands on, you know, our other marketing plans have all of these things. We need to push all of these things live. And, you know, sometimes it even hampers what we are doing into. But it is, yes, it is, after all, we have to identify whether we can say yes or no.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, we're the ones that are driving the SEO car, right? Exactly. And the client is our passenger. We want to make sure that this is a safe drive and a safe ride for all of us, and that we're actually going to get to our destination. So,
right. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, that completely makes sense. Okay. Now, next question from Anthony. What's the best way of fostering trust and loyalty with your clients and encouraging referrals and testimonials?
I mean, it's proof in the pudding, right? So they see me talk, you know, they heard about me, attend one of our trainings, whatever. They're like super excited, but then it really comes down to what these guys are doing in production, right? They're like backing up what I'm telling these new clients, right? If this doesn't happen, then my reputation will sink, which is terrible. So again, luckily we learned from mistakes. So we really fine-tuned that process, but it's all about delivering upon what I'm telling our clients, you know, these prospects that I'm talking to, what is going to happen. If this doesn't happen, it's terrible, right? If they do what I'm telling our new customer, what we're going to do, this naturally results into trust, referrals, etc. So it's all about that connection between, you know, sales, pre-sales, and then production, and then them actually doing what I'm telling the clients that we're going to do.
Yeah, and on that note, if we as an agency were able to keep a client on board for 2 years, it means two things. It means the client is really happy, and it means the client is seeing a return on their investment, right? If we focus on doing that, referrals and word of mouth referrals, it's a byproduct, right? We don't need to work on doing those things. We need to work on making sure that our clients are happy. Referrals are just going to happen.
It's just going to follow. Yeah. So we don't worry about that. We just worry about, let's keep the client happy.
Right, right. No, that is something that is the key to our success, right? If our clients are happy, after all, we are going to be happy and grow our, you know, business.
Exactly.
Awesome. Great. Then it was really wonderful having you, Chris and Daniel. It was really, great learning. And I'm sure all of, the audiences have thoroughly loved your session.
Cool. Thank you so much, Himani. Thank you for hosting this. Elena for organizing it. I'm excited to watch the next sessions.
Absolutely. See you around there.
Bye. Bye, everybody. Bye.
And time for another session. The importance of building an ontology for easy SEO reporting. Hey, hi, Ross.
Hey, Himani, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you. How are you?
Very well.
So, yes, I would like to, introduce you, Ross, which is something that, I think a lot of people already know you, because I guess you are that person who is visible on a lot of ads after a video that you did in 2019. Am I right?
That is right. Yeah. So I'd done a lot of 2019 was the year of being everywhere on the internet, and Facebook ads were incredibly cheap. So yeah, I think we were racking up like 100,000 impressions a day at one point as an agency. So yeah, I've calmed down since then. So I'm not as everywhere as before. But yeah, it's good fun being on video and getting to talk to people.
Right, that's right. So, let's have Ross Tavendale, Managing Director at Type A Media, to the event. Ross, the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. All right, guys. Well, I hope everyone is doing well. Like Himani said, my name is Ross. I have an agency called Type A Media. Today, I'm going to talk to you about an ontology. So you got to really love SEO to find this one interesting. I personally do. I even have decorated my office with my favorite neon sign of all time, the SEO is dead sign. So let's get straight into it. We've got 54 slides to do in the next 20 minutes or so. Guys, I think the SE ranking people are going to be sending out the accompanying spreadsheet to this as well. So there will be a little take home for everyone so you can kind of do this in your own time as well. So without further ado, let's get started. If you've got any comments as we go, let's go. So firstly, what is an ontology for those that don't really know? Say hello to Jarno in the comments there. He is actually the king of ontologies. If anyone's in the comments, please DM Jarno about this. He's got a lot of expertise. So let's talk about what an ontology actually is. It's essentially just a bunch of concepts and categories that are interwoven and connected to each other. So a bunch of entities that are connected. And that might sound quite familiar to anyone that works in SEO. As soon as you say entities, connected entities, that is, of course, schema.org. And for those who don't know, schema.org is essentially code that describes code. Shout out to the schema.org team who have decided not to do any design on that website since the 90s, but we go on it so much as SEOs. So an ontology, schema, is a type of ontology. And today we're going to talk about how to build your own personal ontology. So let's start with an example. This is from schema. So there's this person in the world called Jane Doe, and there's a web page about her. And this is what the code looks like on the web page. Fine. But when you actually look at it, you can see that there's actually a bunch of entities and statements about who Jane Doe is. So that's the exact same code you've just seen. And here are all the statements. We know that this is a person. We know where they work. Job title is a type of statement related to the entity. And essentially, this is all the ontological information about the entity Jane Doe. So when it comes to ontologies, I want you to think about it like it's a dictionary of objects that are all connected to one another. So schema is like a many-to-many dictionary, lots of entities connected in lots of different ways. Inside of schema, we call these statements and identifiers. So these are two important concepts when we're building an ontology, and I'm just going to touch on these briefly. So if we go to somewhere called Wikidata, this is essentially what powers the knowledge graph and a bunch of stuff like it. You will see a bunch of entities. One in particular is Elon Musk. and there's a bunch of statements about Elon Musk that describe what this entity is. One of them is that he's a human. Based on some of the work that he's doing, I'm not sure how human he is, but okay. And an identifier that confirms that he's human, which is his Twitter handle. So that's like a really basic view of what a statement is and what an identifier is when it comes to talking about these ontologies. Now, let's think about this in the context of at work. So anyone in the chat, if you can tell me who works in an SEO agency, please say hello. Who works in-house, please say hello. I'd love to get a feel for the kind of general split. But when it comes to doing reporting without an ontology, usually in an SEO agency, you'll say things like, last month we updated the title tags. The click-through rate is the same, but we're 20% up year-on-year traffic-wise. And next month we'll fix the 404s. And then the client looks at you, you look at the client, and they're meant to be happy with that. So the reason why that's a bit of a problem is because the client's going to come and say like, well, okay, did the title tag changes cause any like uplift? Like what was the click-through rate change? What contributed to the increase? Was it a brand increase, a non-brand increase? Was it commercial traffic? Was it not? Like you're going to fix the 404s next. Like what's going to happen if you do that? And on it goes. And you don't have the answers for it because you don't have the ontology built into your reporting. So in an ideal world, if the client asks, give a client a report, you'll be saying things like, last month we updated the SERP presentation issues, which is a subset of updating metadata. And then you're able to zoom in on that, the exact URLs that were affected by it. 15% increase, 7% increase in organic revenue. Perfect. Cause and effect reporting, because we've started to tag up the sort of things that we're reporting on. Also, one of the things that I guarantee that you're not doing in your day-to-day is you're not able to say, Mr. or Mrs. Client, we're about to fix problem X, canonicals, for example, the value of which is £5,000 to your business and the cost to fix is only 100. Because how could you possibly know what the value is and what the cost is of something so nebulous? Well, when we build an ontology in a second, we're going to show you. So, firstly, a little primer. Entities are typically connected. So if we go back to schema, we've got Strathclyde University, which is a university, and Type A Media, which is my business. There's nothing that technically connects them other than they are like establishments until you add in another entity, which is me. I know that picture looks like the cartoon character Tintin, but I guarantee that that is not, and it is me. So I am the entity Ross, who is a statement person, who is a statement alumni of University of Entity Strathclyde University. And you see how these statements and identifiers start to mix together and create this connected web. So we're going to be doing that in just a second with our own SEO reporting, auditing, etc. Now, the thing with an ontology is once all these entities are connected, the words we put on top of it to describe how they're connected are essentially just giving them meaning. So for example, every URL on your website, there is meaning behind it. So for example, a blog post URL, that has got a meaning of being a blog, not a product. Product categories, there's meaning behind a URL that is like for men's clothing versus women's clothing. So all these little things that are attached to your URL, give them meaning using the schema language, statements, and identifiers. Now, the ontology that we see inside of schema is going to be very different to the one you're able to create for your clients and your reporting, because schema has millions of entities and billions of identifiers. So it's like a fractal relationship. It's a many-to-many kind of organization. However, when you're doing it on your own, and the way we're going to set it up is it's going to be a one-to-many organization. So when you're thinking about your SEO reports, your audits, your keyword research, you might be like, there's no entities in them though. Those are just documents we send to clients. That's just SEO work we do. There actually is, but it's a single entity, and that entity is the URL. So if you think about when we're building an ontology, it's kind of the shape of a bicycle wheel. the URL in the middle, and lots of different identifiers and statements that come off of it. So a URL can be described as many things, and there's lots of different metrics we can apply to a URL that we're going to start using. Getting lots of people in. I think there's a little bit of delay in the comments. Thank you to everyone that's saying. We've got Andrew is in-house. Trishan, hello from South Africa. Anton Shulka, Ross Crown. Thank you very much, Anton. Keep the comments coming, guys. If there's anything, we'll answer them all at the end. So a classic example of how the exact same thing means multiple things to multiple people. So if we were to think of the URL, any URL, let's say on a blog post URL. If you are a brand manager, social media manager, SEO person, CMO, it's the same URL, but it means something absolutely different to you. So when it comes to reporting, we need to build an ontology into all of our SEO processes so that we can pivot by the ontology point that they care about to show them the data that they want to see. A really good example of this is if you ever speak to a client about tagging and perception, think about things that you wear on your eyes, right? What are they called? Are they called glasses? Are they called spectacles? Are they called eyewear? It's all the same, right? It's the exact same product, but there's an ontology we need to come up with in order to describe them in different ways. So because everything has a completely different meaning depending on the person consuming the information, we're going to build a common language for the client so that regardless of who's trying to get to the information, there's like a common language that we're using to understand what's going on. Now, a couple of the smart SEOs in the room will be like, ontology sounds like smart. Is that just a fancy way of saying tagging? Kind of. It kind of is half fancy tagging, half not. It's a little bit different. But so a tagging, if you're to tag, let's say, a URL with a bunch of different meanings, let's say by intent or keyword group or something like that, going back to the schema stuff, that would be classed as a statement. This URL is blog. This URL is transactional. Cool. But there's no metrics behind that. So you can't actually really do anything other than declare what it is. And declaring that a blog URL as a blog URL is pointless. We need identifiers, or in our case, we need metrics to put onto it. So we can do things like forecast, answer and make business cases to get the SEO actually done, and show cause and effect when it comes to the reporting as well. So why do you need an ontology inside of your business? Mostly because 9 times out of 10, reporting lacks why we're doing something and how we're doing something. So if you've ever said to a client, organic traffic is up by X%, hang your head in shame, because that's the most pointless metric and pointless way of reporting, because organic traffic is such a nebulous thing. Like, what was it, brand? Was it non-brand? Was it affected by direct? Did paid spend more that week? Like, we need to know why things are being driven and what is driving it. And the only way to do that is to build these ontologies into both the auditing side and the reporting side. And this is exactly what I've said. So like when we're putting these reports together, we need to be able to answer all of these questions. Like, anyone ever had like a core update hit their client's website? How do you answer that? Like, after you've changed your underwear, you're like, oh my God, what do I say? Well, if you've got an ontology set up, it tells you straight away. So it's such a big deal. The other thing is, what I see quite a lot is when we're doing any sort of technical auditing for the client. So let's say we're putting together a migration strategy or a tech audit or a keyword research or whatever. And let's say we've done all this. We know the content gaps. We know all the big laundry list of technical problems. Great. What do you fix first? Why do you fix it? And when the client's like, so you're going to go get my developers to completely change the information architecture of the website, that's going to cost me money. What will happen when you do that? A lot of SEOs are like almost trying to present like a religious experience. It's a completely faith-based thing. They're like, have faith, the SEO will work. It takes, and then this was a good one. It takes 6 to 12 months to work, which it does, but also like you need to be able to set a hypothesis and answer the hypothesis, and you have to make it commercial, money in, money out. So let's get into building our clients some first principle thinking reporting inside of both the audits and the reports themselves. And let's build this common language for them. So what we're going to be doing in a second with the spreadsheet that we provided is what to optimize, how to optimize it, how to forecast, benefits of optimizing the thing, and then how to report on what you've just done. All right. So a bunch of you already do this. Like, it seems like all this kind of new language, like it's a classic SEO thing. Like, we just constantly reinvent the wheel, and a lot of you will do it already. So, if you're using SE ranking, for example, you'll get like intent information in your rank reports. You'll know that a keyword is transactional informational. So that's a type of ontology. You'll also split your stuff into brand versus non-brand, also a type of ontology. And you'll also categorize based on where in the website a lot of this stuff is, also an ontology, but it's a bit basic. Slightly more advanced, we have a client who sells chalets in the French Alps. Their customers are owners of chalets and then people who want to stay in them. So we need to group them into customer types. So that's like a slightly more advanced way of building and chopping out this categorization. And if anyone kind of pushes back, because it's going to be a lot of work to do this internally, this is typically where I go with it. The reason why most people do not do this is because it's easy to do it on the reporting side. It's easy to go into Looker Studio and like keywords tag things or change brand to non-brand. That's very straightforward. How do you do it on your tech audits? How do you do it in your keyword research and gap analysis? It's a completely different world. And also, to make this effective, you have to do the ontology across every single URL on the website. So if you're sitting in here listening to this and you are an SEO manager running a 100,000 plus page website, you're like, there is no way. There is not enough interns in the world to want to tag every URL on this site. Well, we'll get into that as well. All right. So the areas we're going to be using this is essentially, instead of it being called an entity, we're going to say URL. Instead of statement, we're going to use something different. And instead of identifier, it's going to be a metric. All right. So just that's the kind of language we're going to use moving forward. You probably see that if you've done any Looker Studio reports, it already exists for you. So when you connect Search Console and Google Analytics to blend the data, you have something called a joining key. And that joining key is the URL. Now I want you to think of your SEO reports and your SEO audits. What are the one thing in both of them that could join them together? It's the URL. So because the URL exists in your audit and it exists on Google Analytics, anything that we then tag or add an ontology to can be interchanged between the both. So we're able to release revenue and traffic data from GA and put it into audits, forecasts, things like that. So the URL is the core thing we're going to build everything around. This already happens all over the world. So IP addresses, credit cards, all that sort of stuff is used as a joining key to join this information together. The only difference here is we're using the entity, which is going to be the URL. All right. So the only major problem with doing this sort of work is that there's no metrics on the audit side. What do I mean by that? If you audit a website for a client and there's like 100 404 errors you need to fix, is there any metrics that say how much that's worth to the client's business? No, sir. So that's something we need to build in on the auditing side, and we don't need to build it in on the reporting side. So you'll find that most of your audits actually already have an ontology. You just don't call it that. So you'd be quite surprised to see that when we reframe your thinking slightly, and instead of you looking at recommendations that you're making to the client, we call them statements. And instead of looking at identifier metrics, we call them identifiers. So it's just a slight reframe in order to get you to a good place. So I'm just going to show you an example in a second of how that actually looks inside of your audits typically. Now, what is a 404? Well, a 404 error is a type of statement, right? But you could also say that it's a type of server error, And then at a level of extraction outside of that, you can also say server errors cause indexing issues. So there's 3 things that you can connect together that essentially is the same as the 404 error, but they're layers of abstraction away from just a 404 error. Similarly, when it comes to things like title tags. So when you say things like, this has got a missing title tag, you're making a statement about the entity, which is the URL. Or you could have said, there's a presentation issue with the entity, or you can say it's causing click-through rate issues. The same words, the same entity, but with slightly different viewpoints. So if we can start doing this at scale through every single thing we do, from a technical audit to a report, we should be able to get some very, very interesting results. Right. I've talked at you guys for the last coming up 20 minutes. You're doing well. We're going to get into the juicy stuff now. So I assume now we're all happy with what an ontology is, why you need one, and some of the language that I'm about to use. So if you go to the Google Sheet that I've provided, you'll see everything is laid out one by one. Click on File, make a copy, and that's the copy. I'd just like to say that although it's my agency's URLs in here, these are not real numbers. I literally just went equals rand between 0 and 1000 for all of this. So if you think, oh, juicy commercial data, it's made up just to illustrate this. But please do follow along. Okay, first and foremost, a technical map. Now, when you do your audits, it's usually based on problems, not URLs. I do a tech audit, I run a crawler, and it comes back and it's like, you have 20 404 problems, you have a sitemap issue, you have a canonical issue, issue-based. And inside of those are all the URLs. Flip that on its head, build in your sheet, the list of all your URLs, and in the rows, put every conceivable technical thing in either a yes or a no or a 1 or a 0. That is our technical map, and that's going to be the basis of how we build this ontology. All right, next, we're going to take that technical map, all those rows we've just built, we're going to put them in a big list. So I want to see every single technical check you're doing, every single content problem you can come up with, whatever it is, massive list. It'll be hundreds in the list. And I then want you to categorize it, but I only want you to do up to 10 potential themes of problem. And this is going to be the basis of starting to make this ontology. The reason why we only want 10 is because this is what we're going to pivot things by later. So putting in too many things to describe it, it kind of loses its meaning. Next, adding metrics. So we've taken our list of technical problems and then we've turned them into themes. And we're now going to take these themes and we're going to start adding identifiers, or in this case, metrics, to our statement, in this case, the category of issue, right? So hygiene, which is things like fixing 404s, canonicals, server errors, things like that, we'll mark it high, medium, and low, 1, 2, and 3. So we'll say that hygiene is a 3 when it comes to importance, because if the page doesn't exist, well, what are we doing here? And the difficulty is 2, and we'll go through all the themes with that. So not only have we just categorized every possible technical outcome, we've also started to give it some metrics that we can start hooking onto in terms of how hard is this to implement and how important is this to implement. Depending on the type of work you're doing, these statements will change, but this is just an example. Now we get into the good stuff. We're starting to combine this information. List of URLs, and I want you to go and count on your original technical map. Obviously, don't manually count it. Use a COUNTIF or a SUMIF. Every single time for the first URL that a hygiene problem arises, 404s, canonicals, whatever, count it up, add it in, and do that for every single URL and every single technical problem. And then what we want to do is create this thing in yellow at the end, which is our priority score. So if we remember from the previous slide, we have this here, this ratio, which is importance versus difficulty, which is essentially how we prioritize. And then we're going to multiply it by the number of problems we've got. So we're doing this at a URL level. So we've now just attached a bunch of meaning and a bunch of metrics to every technical problem at a URL level. But I don't know if you've ever tried to go into a CMO and get them to sign off an SEO project by saying things like, we need to fix the sitemaps. They don't give a shit. They're like, well, no, we're paying you X for the retainer. What's our Y return? Got to put numbers in there, got to make it financial. So in the next sheet, you'll see again the same list of URLs that are in your technical audit, because that's our joining key. We're going to pull in the clicks and the revenue per URL for the last 12 months from Google Analytics. Cool, nice and easy. And now we're going to get to a place where we're going to start really getting into it. All right, so after you've done that, I want you to do keyword mapping. I want you to map for every URL that you've got there that you've just pulled from Google Analytics, map it to a keyword, and also start adding things that you want in your ontology. It could be anything. So for me, it's things like service type, it could be customer type, it could be profitability. We've put keyword target, service type, and intent, just as a quick example. Essentially, the more things you put in, which is in purple, is the more things you can pivot by. So if you know in your business, oh, the boss asked me for how the new blog posts are doing or how the blog's doing every Monday, you'll probably want something that looks at informational content and specifically looks at blogs or certain themes of blogs. Or maybe you've got a commercial director that is always asking about very specific things that happen from a conversion standpoint in the website. You'll want to put that information in here as well. And then we just start to combine everything. So we've got the Google Analytics stuff and we've got our audit stuff, but they're not combined yet. So you remember that priority score where we took how hard it is to implement it and how important it is, and we had a ratio? So we can take that and we can essentially say, for every URL on this site, show me how much revenue we make per click. Okay. Now multiply it by the priority score, and that now gives you a value score. So the same way that in AdWords you get cost per click, on the SEO side, you've just created a new metric that I want you to get all of your stakeholders very excited about, value per click. Because if you get them to start using this language and it's proven through this ontology you're building for them, you can very quickly show them how much cash potential value they're going to make and how hard it is to make it by building things out like this. And here we go. So the same way that PPC has CPC, we now have VPC. And it's all thanks to the fact that we've started to create this map in this ontology on the audit side as well as the reporting side. And then we can start doing some really funky things. So if you all want to go to the very last tab on the sheet, you're going to see, based on any questions that people ask you, you can now pivot and show them the exact answer that they need. So if the question is on the Type A website, which service should we optimize for first? There's a million things to do in marketing. How do we prioritize? We can see that, well, the priority and the forecast value for the service type SEO, which is all SEO-based URLs that have been tagged in our ontology. The ontology is a pivot point for everything, is worth this much. All right, so we should probably go like that. Right, okay, team, we're going to focus on SEO, and then you get some pushback from someone who's in PPC, and you're like, well, actually, here's the data that I've got, and you can change it live with them because you've built this ontology into the audit side and the reporting side. Next, you then have a conversation with one of your heads of content, and they're like, we need to build more landing pages, because that's how we sell. We sell blue widgets. We need more blue widget pages. You can go at this and be like, well, actually, if we were to build informational pages through the blog, it's actually worth more to us, considerably more. In fact, here's the hard number. And then they might go, oh, right, okay. So you've got hard data with cash behind it to show people to get your agenda across, and it's all backed up with real information. This is a surprise to me. Like, you would expect just build transactional, but no, in this case, the ontology shows that informational is better. What about keyword targets? Exact same thing. Because it's at the URL level and everything's aggregated out from there with this ontology we just put over the top of it, then we can just do this drill down or drill up as much as we like. So, I mean, when it comes to it, we can see here that SEO services and finance SEO have the same priority level of 9. How do you make the decision then? Well, because we've pulled in the information from Google Analytics and done it in a way to like properly build out our ontology, we can see that actually it's way more worth it to go for the SEO services one versus the finance one. So we're getting context on why we're doing things instead of like randomly saying SEO services, that's the generic keyword, let's do that one. So we're getting the why behind a lot of our actions. And that is it. Thank you so much for listening to me ramble to you about ontologies. I hope you found it useful. And if you've got any questions, I would love to go over them with you.
Yes, Ross, it was very much detailed, very much thorough. I mean, I was like all eyes out and just, I was like, okay, here is the priority score. Okay, I'm just making notes. Okay. Ah, it was too detailed, really loved it. And I'm sure a lot of people would have learned really key things. Usually, what we miss out on is, is something that, usually clients want to hear out actual, I would say actual results, right? And not how many, blogs you want to write or how many landing pages do you write until and unless you know the value out of it, right? So I guess this ontology brings, value to the reporting thing, right? So that's something which
Yeah,
is very,
absolutely. It kind of changes the conversation a little bit. I think in SEO we get stuck into this procurement mindset. So it's like, how many units of X can I get for my money? And that's how people sell to clients. That's how clients try to buy. But if you're selling to clients based on, we'll do 10 articles, we'll do these many links, we'll do it, like that's a race to the bottom and there's no value there. And the reason why you're unable to break out of that is because you can't say to the client, we're going to do these deliverables at this cost and the forecast value is this. But with
right.
this, you can. It's a little extra work up front, but it just means that you put this money in, you get this money out. The PPC guys do it, so can we.
Exactly, and that's why it is very easier for PPC guys to, get things really accepted fast, and we are still struggling.
Yeah, it's interesting with PPC. And the nice thing about building this ontology up front is when PPC start really spending on brand, you can very quickly, your organic clicks will go down, but your impressions will stay the same. So you can use the ontology to say, oh, well, part of our ontology was if it's brand or not. And we can actually see that, yes, not only are they spending on brand and cannibalizing us, here's the exact URLs, here's the service lines, here's the whatever. Depending on who you're talking to, you can give them the exact place it's being cannibalized. And it stops becoming a, academic conversation. It becomes a very real conversation.
Right, that's on points. Seriously. So okay, without wasting a moment further, I'm sure a lot of people would be waiting for answers. So let me take up a few questions. Okay, so we have one question from Roberta. How do you update and maintain your ontology as your website or client's website evolves and grows?
Lots of different ways to do it. So the way in which we do it at Type A, so typically one of the biggest things that you kind of hit up against at the start is that things like Google Sheets and Excel only have 2 million available cells. And as you fill that out, it gets very, very challenging. So the best way to do that is have something called data pipelines in place. So have some sort of database. So BigQuery, we run Google Suite. So BigQuery is what we use for our database, and have all of the different tables separate. And what I mean by tables is your technical table. So when you crawl the website and get all the issues out, that should be its own table. This joining key thing is essential. And so the sources coming in needs to be automated in some sort of a way, and you need some sort of a queue. So if you're in PPC, you'll do search query reports every day, week, month, depending on how much your spend is. Search query reports are essentially based on what you've bid on. Here's the things that you didn't tell us to bid on. Here's like the extra stuff. This pertains to this question. So when you build out your initial ontology, then you add 100 pages, you need something built into your data pipelines that say, hey, the last crawl showed 500 URLs. We now have 600 URLs. Those need to go into another table to be looked at. what I tend to say to people at the start is if you're able to keyword map programmatically based on URL structure, great. If not, before you do anything, have a big grown-up conversation with the client about changing their URL structure so that you can programmatically do this. But the short answer is you create data pipelines that automatically push into databases and then alert you when numbers change. So if it was 500 URLs, it turns into 600. There should be some queuing system somewhere that pushes it to you. BigQuery's lovely. You can connect to Slack and all sorts of things to ping you when there's a change. So it's a little bit more complicated, but that's how I would typically deal with it.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I guess Ole's question was already covered during your session about, sharing the Google Sheets and all of those things, right? That how you present it to your clients and stakeholders, right? About the SEO reports. So I'll quickly take another question from Raymond. Could you share how you align your ontology with your target audience, search intent and behavior?
Yeah, so search intent is relatively straightforward. So a lot of this starts with a meeting with the client. You have to understand the products they sell and what they really care about. So we do something called a RACI matrix. So project managers will know what this is. RACI stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, informed. And that's what you do at the start. And you have these kind of case meetings with all of the main stakeholders in a business. And you ask them like what they care about and what they look at. The best way to work out the, what was the exact thing they were looking for? Search intent the behavior. Yeah, the best way is actually to look at the reporting they're currently using and use that as the basis for the interview you do with them. In terms of behavior, you define that because you don't want to have reflexive reporting on what's happening. You want to have proactive reporting. So if I care about a certain type of behavior, for example, I want them to click this button, use this service, download this thing, I set that up as a little honeypot for them to do. And if they're not fulfilling that behavior, we know there's a problem. Intent, most of the tools, SEO tool, I think SEO ranking has got some sort of intent inside of their keywords, or you can just create your own dictionary. So if it says certain words and certain things, classify it as commercial or informational or navigational. In terms of intent, those are the three we use: commercial at the top, informational, which is converts to emails and things like that, and then conversational, which is more engagement-based content.
Right. That's amazing, Ross. It was really wonderful having you. Thank you so much for sharing such detailed insights. And I'm pretty much sure that people will be waiting for your PPT and even the Google Sheets template that you are using internally, right?
Yeah, and any questions, I'm happy to answer. I'm at rtavs on Twitter if anyone wants to continue the conversation.
Yeah. He can be definitely reached out on Twitter or on any other platform as well. He's very active, just like me.
Yes, and thank you so much for hosting. It's been a pleasure.
Yep, it was really an honor to have you, Ross. Thank you so much. Okay, so time to move on. Wonderful, guys. So because this is the Agency Growth Day, we have something for our own teams. So SEO Ranking has come up with this course, which we can utilize it to make sure that our teams have their basics right, and they are ready to kick in to the real life of agency, right? So this is something which is the certification, this is available with certification. So if you already have an account, you can access this SEO basics course, and also this content SEO course is out now. So do guys check it out and send it to your team to make sure that you and your team both are on the same page. And now for the most awaited session, which is ChatGPT SEO strategy, how to increase SEO traffic by 50% with AI. Hey, hi, Julian.
Hey there. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, doing good, thanks. Yeah, really interesting talk just now.
Yeah, exactly. It is like going really, interesting one by one. Everyone is, sharing those knowledge bombs, and people are having really great time with this agency growth day today.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds good.
Yes, absolutely. And I'll not wait a moment further to introduce you, Julian, the video marketing guy. I would say that, the person who has amazing a number of subscribers on YouTube and is going to share some secrets about that video SEO using ChatGPT. So the stage is all yours, Julian.
Awesome. All right, let's go through it. So, yes, today we're going to be talking about my ChatGPT SEO strategy and how to increase SEO traffic by 50% with AI. And actually, it's a lot more than that, but I want to keep it realistic for people watching. And the truth is, no matter what anyone else tells you, getting traffic to an internet business is really hard. So, what I'm going to show you over the next 20 minutes is how to get the highest quality traffic you can possibly get at a fraction of the cost of YouTube or Facebook ads, and how to reduce all the risk out of SEO so that you can scale it in a very predictable and simple way. So here's an example of a website I use ChatGPT for. And a lot of the content on this site, it was actually called chipperbirds.com. If you've seen any of my other YouTube case studies, you can see that since we started using ChatGPT back in March, early March, the traffic has gone from a measly 350 visitors per day to nearly 2,000 a day. And that traffic is just gradually increasing. And it's monetized with affiliate and ads. So there's a lot of rumors in the industry. For example, ChatGPT content doesn't work, or you can't monetize it, or it's not approved by ads. But the beauty of this case study is that it proves it actually works. And I'll show you exactly how you can do the same with your site too today. And a lot of people have heard that SEO is too hard, technical, or complicated to do. Some of those things are true, some of those aren't. And I'm here to basically demystify SEO so that you can learn how to scale it using your existing team. And some of that sounds great, I know, but it's also misleading because it might take 3 or 6 months before you see any sort of ROI. It takes time with SEO to see the improvements, but once that's working, you get a constant stream of the highest quality traffic you can possibly get at a fraction of the cost of YouTube or Facebook ads. And some of you might be in a much more competitive niche. So it might be very difficult to rank. And if that's the case, I'm going to show you a strategy today where you can find low competition, easy to rank for keywords in basically any single niche. So here's what you're going to learn. You're going to learn why SEO is easier to automate than ever before, why 90% of website owners are wasting their time with creating SEO content, the only things that really matter with SEO, and what Google doesn't want you to know about getting free traffic. And you might be wondering, who is Julian Goldie if you've not seen my YouTube videos? Well, a few years ago, I was ready to start climbing the corporate ladder after graduating from uni. The biggest problem was I got fired from my first 3 jobs, so it wasn't a great start. And after that, I started looking up for opportunities. And I went on a holiday with some friends out to Thailand. And we had such a great time. But when we came back, we had the holiday blues big time. When we got back to the UK with a combination of UK food, UK weather, fish and chips, our national dish, gets boring pretty quickly. So after that, we said, right, well, let's set a pact together. And within 12 months, we want to be back out in Thailand, working online and living with the freedom to live and work anywhere. And it actually happened. All 3 of us made it. And you might be wondering, what on earth does that have to do with SEO? Well, 7 years later, I've made over $3 million from SEO with a team of 50 people at my link building agency. I'm 2 times best-selling author, YouTuber, got 12,000 students on Udemy. And that's enough of me boasting about my accomplishments. So why is SEO easier than ever to automate in 2023? So first of all, you don't really see manual action review penalties anymore. It's extremely rare. So before, Google would look through your site, and if you were doing something very black hat, they would basically stop all your traffic overnight and send you a message on Google Search Console basically saying, we don't like what you're doing. If you manage to fix it, good luck. But if you don't, you're not getting your traffic back. And on top of that, there are more AI tools like ChatGPT, and you'll see some of the best ones today, that basically help you scale your SEO traffic in a very simple way. So a lot of SEOs that I know, previously, they struggled so much with creating content, writing articles. It's a really boring thing if you do that all day, every day, and you want to scale it. Now with ChatGPT and the tools that I show you today, you can basically get as much traffic as you want. You can create as much content as you want. And as you've seen in the case study, this AI generated content actually ranks. Plus, it's easier than ever to hire people who can automate AI for you. All the information you need to know how to rank is already out there. For example, like this content we're going through today. And for Google, they've got serious competition for like the first time in maybe their whole history. So ChatGPT is a serious concern. People are actually using Bing for the first time in years. And they're not really focused on making SEO harder for SEOs. They're just focused on staying profitable and making sure search survives what is a very unpredictable period. So you might be wondering, what do you need to start with when it comes to SEO? Well, there are hundreds of ranking factors in Google's algorithm, but today we're going to look at how to get the 80% of results with 20% of the work. So basically, you're going to figure out what's the shortest path to success with SEO. And if you do this, instead of going in every single direction and only moving an inch, you'll go really far in one direction. You'll cut out all the noise, all the information overload, and everything's just going to be much faster and simpler when it comes to SEO. And this is how you get results. So let's start. Where do you start? Well, with SEO, the first place you're going to start is with keyword research. So this is basically figuring out what people are typing into Google. And the thing is, what most website owners make the mistake of is picking the wrong keywords. And then they go from point A, where they are, to point B, what their goal is, in a very complicated, time-consuming way that's actually very frustrating. And that's often because they pick the wrong keywords. Maybe it's too competitive to rank for, maybe there's not enough search volume, etc. Whereas if you use the strategy that I'm about to show you, then you'll go from point A to point B in a really simplified, time-saving way that basically reduces all the hassle out of SEO. So how do you do this? Well, to automate your keyword strategy, all you need to do is you can check out websites like Quora.com on SE ranking. You can see the screenshot right here. And you would basically scrape all the keywords Quora is ranking for that are relevant to your niche. And you might be thinking, like, why would you scrape Quora? Well, Quora is a Q&A website. So any random person on there can go on and write content. They can answer a question or they can ask a question. And that's the thing. This is bad content. It's not structured or written for SEO. So if you see Quora or other Q&A websites ranking in your niche for related keywords to your website, well, it's going to be very easy to outrank them. You can just come on along with a better written article, with something more structured, and you will outrank them. And that's exactly what I used for the case study website I showed you before. And for example, if you're in the birds niche like I was, then you would just type something like which birds, and then this would pull up a bunch of easy keywords that you know you could rank for, and they would bring in traffic. And you might be thinking, aren't these informational keywords, like, are they going to drive traffic? Well, here's the thing. If you get targeted keywords that are low competition, the awesome thing is this is going to bring more email opt-ins to your website. If you're monetizing with ads, you'll get more ads revenue, and potentially it could lead to more info products or other courses as well, other sales. And then with this list of keywords you've just generated, this one here, filtered down to your niche, you just filter down the keywords and you ask yourself two questions. Number one, can you realistically rank for those keywords? Which, if you've used the strategy I've just shown you, obviously you can. And number two, will it drive more leads or more revenue for your business? Well, if you want more email opt-ins, if you monetize them with ads, if you're just trying to build your email list and drive more customers to your site, this is one of the best ways to do it. And you can easily find as many keywords as you want. Next up, it's time to start looking at content outlines. So if you plan your work, then you can work your plan. As the famous SEO Napoleon Hill once said. So basically, you might be wondering, how do you build a page? How do you create great content that's actually going to rank? Well, success leaves clues. And with SEO, the clues are hiding in plain sight on the first page of Google. So what you would do is basically look through those keywords, type them into Google, and then apply the 20% rule, which is how can you make your content 20% longer and 20% better? And there's an easy way to automate this. So if you go onto ChatGPT 4 and you enable plugins and you set up Web Pilot like this, it's a free plugin within ChatGPT 4, then you can actually train it to scrape the top 10 competitors' headings, reverse engineer their SEO success, and basically create a very detailed, organized content outline so that you, when it comes to writing your content, you've got everything you need to possibly cover and all the LSI keywords and everything else in your outline. And this is the prompt that you would use. So feel free to take a screenshot, but basically the prompt that you would use is asking ChatGPT with Web Pilot to create an outline for an article based on the top 10 results. And you would just replace this with whichever keyword you're trying to rank for. So for example, if you found that you wanted to rank for like the best binoculars for bird watching, well, you would replace this keyword with that one. And then it would reverse engineer what's ranking on Google, include every relevant heading, every possible outline, all the FAQs, etc., and basically give you an amazing outline that you could write content around. Simple as that. Here's what the output would look like. So it basically searches Google for your keyword, and then it gives you an outline, and it gives you the word count, what sort of topics to include, and basically everything you need in the outline. So you found the keywords, you've done the content outline. How do you create the content? Well, it's almost as simple as this. So you're basically asking ChatGPT or other tools to write the content for you based on your outline. Now, one of the best tools that I found is autoblogging.ai. And going back to that case study previously, we published 1,000 blogs in 30 minutes. I've actually created a video on my YouTube channel that walks you through it. And surprisingly, this content actually ranked. It's crazy. So all you need to do is you go into quick mode on autoblogging, you put in your keywords, you can choose whether you want to add images, FAQs, improve the grammar, add HTML formatting and schema, and you can generate like 100 in literally 1 minute using this process. And this links directly to WordPress. So when you publish content from Autoblogging AI and you put in 50 or 100 keywords to create 50 or 100 articles, this publishes directly to WordPress, so to your site. You don't need to copy and paste anything. It's very quick and automated. And you might be thinking, if it's that easy to create so much content, surely it's not very good. Well, first of all, this is the worst it'll ever be. Secondly, from my own case studies, as you see on my YouTube channel and the case study I showed you previously, this ranks fast, like within 48 hours. And it's far cheaper and faster than hiring a team, right? So if you look at hiring a team of human writers, it would cost an absolute fortune. You'd be paying thousands of dollars every day to create the same amount of content in the same amount of time. Whereas if you use tools like ChatGPT, autoblogging, etc., you can rank your content really fast. And here's the case study website again. So when we published those 1,000 articles, the traffic went up, the positions, the rankings, everything just went up as soon as we did it. It was absolutely crazy. And it's still making money and growing today. Now, you might be asking, will Google penalize AI content? Well, it's a good question. Basically, Google has already released guidelines on AI-generated content. So they reward content, whether it's human written or AI, but it's about how you produce it, right? So if you're just publishing 100 pages of rubbish, that's not going to be useful to the reader, and it's not going to help your rankings. But if you use the right tools and you follow the process that I've talked about today, then you'll build much better pages, you'll have better content, and it's going to rank, as you've seen in the case study previously. You can also paste in Google's helpful content guidelines. So these are the guidelines from Google on exactly how to create content. And you can actually train ChatGPT with a prompt like this, paste in the helpful content guidelines from Google into ChatGPT and grade your own content. So even if you don't want to generate AI content, that's okay. You can ask ChatGPT to examine your existing content, grade it based on Google's helpful content guidelines, and give yourself a score out of 1 out of 10, right? So 1 would be the lowest, 10 would be the highest. You can grade your content and see how good it's performing. And this is another prompt that you can use. So, productive day so far. You've done the keyword research, you've done the content outlines, the actual content. Let's talk about on-page optimization. And it sounds technical, but it's actually not. You can automate the 80/20 of SEO with a simple plugin like Yoast. And this is what I did for my case study website. As you can see, this page ranks really well. And basically, all you need to do is focus on combining the keyword in the title and SEO title, the URL, and the meta description. So you can see here, the keyword is Florida birds of prey, and then the SEO title and the URL includes that keyword. And you can see this sounds ridiculously simple, and a lot of people don't even like Yoast, but actually it works very well. As you can see, this page ranks really well. It's in positions 1, 3, and 2, and it's getting a ton of traffic. However, you will not rank until you do one thing. Can anyone guess what it is? Let's see if anyone posts in the comments. Okay. Well, it's not praying to the gods of Google. So it's all about, you know, with SEO right now and ChatGPT, we all have access to the same tools, technology, and prompts. So how do we get a competitive advantage? How do we get ahead of our competitors? Because we're access to the same technology. How can we make our websites different? Well, Google is kind of like a voting system. And this all comes down to backlinks. Now, backlinks are just the clickable text from one website to another. And the more backlinks you get, aka votes, the more this signals to Google that your content is relevant, authoritative, and trustworthy. So the solution is very simple. More backlinks from authority and relevant websites, the more traffic you're going to get. And this is a picture of me explaining link building and what I do at my agency to my grandma, as you can see. And basically, in a case study from Ahrefs of over 1 billion websites, 91% get 0 traffic from Google. So they spend months building their website, tirelessly writing the content, and still don't get any Google love. In fact, if you do nothing else and only focus on building backlinks, you have a better chance of building a high traffic blog than if you were to do everything but link building. That's how powerful this is. It's basically the big daddy cane of SEO. Now, I don't know what that really means, but I've always wanted to use it. It's a job done. We can all go home right now. But basically, link building is the most important ranking factor. If you look at the case study that I used in this presentation, they were a DR30, and we just built a ton of high quality backlinks to their website. Now, you might be wondering, how do you build quality backlinks? Where do you get them from? Well, here's what you don't do. You don't go onto Fiverr.com and hire someone for $5 to build 2,000 backlinks. That's what you don't do. Instead, you need to focus on quality, not quantity. One high quality backlink is worth 1,000 spammy links. And basically, you just have to figure out how you can filter links. How can you get the best quality ones? So there's many ways to look at this, but if you focus on relevance, authority, and the organic traffic that website is getting, then you have a good idea of what makes a high quality backlink. And here's what Google doesn't want you to know about getting free traffic, right? When it comes to link building, you don't need a huge amount of backlinks. You don't even need half as many backlinks as your competitors. You just need to focus on quality, not quantity. And after link building and doing SEO for thousands of websites, you can see how powerful this is. Now, this is so simple that my mentor who taught me link building got his job application rejected from McDonald's twice. And I know link building sounds very complicated, but it's not. And let me show you how to do it. So you can very easily automate this using a tool like Postaga. And this basically does free link building outreach for you. You can see my video tutorial on this, and I set up a campaign within 8 minutes. So from starting the link building campaign to actually having it executed only took 8 minutes, which is crazy. And here's how to do it. Here's how to steal your competitors' backlinks in 10 minutes. So Essentially, this works in 3 steps. So you dig out the websites that have linked to your competitors already. You set a post starter to reach out to those sites via cold email. And then you basically watch the links roll in on autopilot. And most of those websites, some of those websites will reply and say, sure, no problem, I'm going to add your link, but how much are you going to pay me? Because it's their time, it's their real estate, it's their staff and team that they're paying for. So obviously they want to get paid for their time if they're going to add your backlink. And then it's very simple. You negotiate a rate, you figure out the best deal for you and them, and then you get the backlinks and watch them roll in. However, there's a big difference between ranking number 1 and actually staying there. So, you know, you've got your keywords, you've done the content outlines, you've created the content with AI, and you've automated all of that. Plus, you've automated your link building outreach in about 10 minutes using Post Starter. And that's why I want to show you how to increase your conversion rates to boost your site's revenue. And this is just a free bonus module I've included in this because here's the thing. If people land on your site, but they bounce straight off because maybe your website doesn't load fast enough, it's a big problem because all of the work that you've done with content creation, with link building, with keyword research, well, if you've done all that work, but people just jump straight off the page, you've basically wasted your time. So this is exactly how we got a 70% conversion rate on our latest funnel. And with this strategy that I'm talking about, you basically want to reduce the amount of people that land on your site and actually get to your conversion goal, right? So you want to get more people who land on your site directly to your conversion goal. And the more people that go over here towards buying something or purchasing something or signing up for your email list, the more money you're going to make from SEO. And something that blew my mind is the fact that we have very low attention spans. So previously, the attention span of a human in 2000 was about 12 seconds. Today, it's 8 seconds. And the average attention of a goldfish is 9 seconds. So it's going down quite dramatically with the TikTok generation. And you might be wondering, well, what's the solution? How do you make sure that when people land on your site, they convert better? Well, basically, if you increase the speed of your site, if you increase and you reduce the load time of your page, you're going to get more conversions. And that means more money from your site. It means better rankings, it means better on-page metrics, and all of these lead to higher rankings on Google, more traffic, and more money from your site. So how do you automate this? Well, you can use a tool like NitroPack, and it's a free plugin up to about 5,000 page views. After that, it's very cheap anyway. And you can basically install this plugin, speed up your whole website, and then your conversion rates, as you can see here, will actually increase. So you'll get way more money from the website traffic that you actually get. And it squeezes more money from that. So, productive day to day. Here's what you've learned. You've learned 5 ways to automate your whole SEO strategy, how to create perfectly optimized content outlines that actually rank, how to pump out faster and cheaper content versus humans, how to automate your link building, the 80/20 of on-page SEO, and how to improve your conversion rates in 1 minute with NitroPack. So productive day, learned a lot. You absolutely don't need me, but if you do want to take your SEO strategy to another level, then you can actually book in a free SEO acceleration session at juliangoldie.com, and I can go through any questions you've got as well on the chat.
My. I mean, there was a lot of things that were, it's like it was a complete process, and it covered almost everything from strategy, keywords, on page, link building, conversion rates, almost everything. So it was like a complete package that, someone got from your talk, Julian. So that was really fantastic, I would say.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
And I was like really surprised to hear that you were able to create, there was this case study, 30 content in 1 hour. I mean,
oh yes, it's outrageous. Yeah, I mean, if you check out a couple of case studies on my YouTube channel,
that's amazing. And we have very interesting questions, and I don't want to waste time because I want to cover almost all the questions because they are really interesting. Okay, so I guess there is this question from Roberta. Do you integrate ChatGPT with other SEO tools and platforms? If so, which ones and why?
Good question. So I've tested this with different workflows. For example, one example of this is using ChatGPT to actually find LSI keywords from Google. So semantically related keywords to the topic I'm trying to rank for. And then I plug that into other tools like Autoblogging or other content generators. And it basically makes your content a lot more optimized. So you basically get those LSIs, and then you're like, create content using these LSIs because it makes your content more relevant, and therefore it's going to rank higher.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, next question. How do you think Google's new look of the first page which influence keywords and SEO with websites rankings?
Good question. It's something I've spent a lot of time thinking about. So with Google's new look and generative search experience, it's really going to change the game, I think, because you're going to have a lot of keywords that don't get any clicks at all because AI can just answer that on the first page. So if it's like, for example, can cats eat bananas? Well, you can answer that in just one short paragraph and Google will just generate that on the first page. The way that I see Google's generative search experience is more like featured snippets on steroids. So it's a much more powerful way of getting the information that you need really quickly.
Right, absolutely. And I guess long tail keywords would be the key to get there.
Yeah, long tail keywords and also keywords that require trust and research, right? So if you had a health related term, people want to delve into that. They want to hear actual research from a doctor. They don't just want a quick recommendation from ChatGPT. The other thing I would say as well, though, is that despite generative search experience reducing some of the clicks that you get, you can now create content 10 times faster. So you might lose 20% of your clicks, but you can create 10 times more content. So it's like a much better trade-off with AI.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, next question. How do you ensure that your ChatGPT generated content is compliant with the webmaster guidelines and does not violate any copyrights or trademarks?
It's a very good question. So first of all, with copyrights and trademarks, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't want to give legal advice here, but what I would say is that from what I've researched, you cannot copyright AI generated content. It can't be copyrighted unless there's a human element in there. So that's one of the best ways to avoid this. If you really want to make sure that your content is 100% original, then have some human editing in there too. And then if there's human editing, that content is all of a sudden copyrighted. As far as I know, you'd have to double check with a lawyer if you really want to look deep into that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Got fired from my first 3 jobs, so I wouldn't ask me for legal advice.
Absolutely. Amazing. Okay. Hey, Julian, Jamar says, how do you evaluate performance and ROI of your ChatGPT SEO strategy? What are some key metrics and indicators?
This is a really good question. So for me, I look at SEO as a 90-day game plan. I set the goal, for example, double my SEO traffic and double my earnings. And then I set actions underneath that. So I have lead indicators, which indicate that we're moving and making progress towards our goals. And then I have lag indicators that after 90 days, I'm going to see that result, but it's going to take time and I won't see the results straight away. So the lag indicator will be making more revenue, increasing your SEO traffic. Very simple things to measure. Lead indicators would be stuff like publishing 100 blogs a day, or building 10 backlinks a week, or finding 50 keywords a week that I could publish content around. So you have like the action-oriented tasks that measure whether you're actually moving towards your goal. And then you have the ROI-based goals, which is more traffic, more money, more revenue.
Absolutely. Okay, amazing. The last question. Can you show us some short fundamental ChatGPT prompts you use for SEO?
Absolutely. Would you mind if I share my screen?
Yep, please go on.
Okay. I'm going to show you my course, but it will include a lot of prompts that you can just screenshot and you don't even have to sign up if you don't want to. So
Awesome.
we're going to go straight into that. Let me preview it. Hopefully that works. Yeah, perfect. All right. So if you want to create like informational content, for example,
Mhm.
then we have a bunch of different ideas here. So if you want to create your own SEO tools, for example, you can actually ask ChatGPT to create a bookmarklet like this that does a lot of SEO tasks for you. And then it's like a shortcut. You can click as a bookmark on ChatGPT. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. That's interesting.
Yeah. And then some other things, I want to make sure I've got the prompts here.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So we've got a bunch of different ways. Like, for example, here's a prompt as well. So rewriting content and then adding internal links like this. And if anyone's watching, you can just take a screenshot. You don't have to sign up for the course. But if you do want the course, you can just find it at o.juliangoldie.com chat-GPT-prompts. Am I able to paste that in the chat? Maybe some people will be interested in it.
Yeah, I guess we can send it in an email when we are sharing the replays and the presentations.
Thank you. Yeah, really appreciate that.
Yep. Awesome. Oh my God, Julian, that was really, really amazing. And I can't believe that we had to, cover up so many questions. And I'm sure there will be a lot more. So everyone that you guys have questions, please reach out to Julian on his website and even on YouTube or on Twitter as well. He's active everywhere, right?
That's it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Julian, for being with us and sharing such valuable insights. And we can't wait for sharing replays and presentations and those prompts to our audience.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate you having me.
All right. Okay. So I am feeling so lack of words, lack of feelings that, oh my God, this this event has been so amazing with, all of your efforts, your, presence, the speakers, insights, their, a lot of hard work, their learnings, their challenges, everything together we have gathered today. So I would like to thank you everyone for joining us and to our experts for taking out the time to share their expertise with us. Be sure to take advantage of the exclusive 1 month free trial of the SE Ranking platform and subscribe to SE Ranking's social media pages and YouTube channel to stay on top of everything that you do. And this is a brilliant SEO tool. Get started with it because they have some really amazing white label features. This is not something that I'm promoting because I'm getting, being host of this event, but I'm telling you based on my experience and my clients' experience as well. So thank you so much, everyone. It was really fantastic having you and can't wait to have you all again in our next event. Thank you, everyone. Have a really great time and take care. Stay healthy.